Hello, and welcome back to our 13th session of our Adventures in Excordia campaign. I'm Connor, the GM, and playing with us tonight will be Karen, played by Pyro.
Orc diabetes. Is it your fault? You decide.
And Daryl, played by Norman.
Wah, Buffett.
Silver, played by Tristan.
Why?
No.
Why Buffett?
Why not?
Thank you, the pre-evolve form. Morgana, played by Shane.
Damn pokey nerds. Hello.
You could have said Cuba Fett, you fucking goblin.
No.
And
I will not
Zonkiri,
contribute this.
played by Fergus.
Has anyone seen something that looks like a dog wandering around here?
No.
Is it your
What's that? What's that look like dog doing?
Fucker.
I'm done. That's my intro.
Alright, I am a little... Huh?
You'll have to tune in next week for the continuation of that.
Oh god,
the
a two-parter.
Actually, no, that was a continuation of last week's when I asked her.
Yeah,
Oh
it
god,
was.
the puppy, no!
It was.
No!
I was almost having
So,
a full
three-parter.
on this thing. Oh god.
Saga's continuing.
If that, it could be more. Anyway,
The
god.
trilogy.
Elric?
So, last we left off, you all had gotten into the city of Etherfort and begun the first day ceremonies of speaking with the delegates and starting to ingratiate yourselves with them, lowering the DCs forward when we come to the third day, and ignoring Pyro, and overall starting to get some social credit built up with these individuals to try and get them to vote in favor of Governess Eloise Cromwell of Moonwatch's agenda. An act which you know will likely garner you a lot of a bonus towards your job. As you know, your max cap for bodyguarding is 1,300, but if you prove to be socially useful, there's a bonus in store for each of you that has not yet been given a number.
Hold on. No, that's not right.
Did I give a number and forget to write it down?
Our current job rate is between 500 and 2,000 gold is what it's capped at. 1,300 was what Zonkiri's base rate was offered.
Ah,
Damn. God fucking up again.
And so far he has had 2 raises.
yes. So what he said, you all then went out to separate inns. About half of you went to an upper end hotel and stayed in a lavish resort. And about half of you went to go and stay in a
More like
more.
two.
Yeah, well, I'm counting Dat squatting over a gargoyle statue for the night as being lower end. So it's about a 3-4 split between fancy and not. Of that, you all got into a series of wonderful RP moments. And Dario and Morgana got into a heart-to-heart discussing their past and the relationship they're building. Katira had a depressive episode and unlocked feelings of sadness before going to the Colosseum with Zonkiri, where they both became aware of a mass murderer, not serial killer, who had been put in the Colosseum and was attempted to be, or someone had attempted to spring him that night. Also, as I said, Dat had perched himself upon a gargoyle statue in the high security wing where all the delegates were staying. Caught a couple glimpses of some delegates who went into what was assumed to be some sort of secret orgy party. And then we moved on to the two who went to the lower end inn. Silver just went to bed like a good player. And Karen went and had a midnight solo dealing once again. And I think you even did still have the relic with you when you met the vampire or Custodian Arbiter in the market. I think you did have it. I don't think you would have left it in your room.
No,
Yeah,
because
because
they could just go to his room. They proved that.
He had it because I remember he was going to put a bolt of light through the vampire's chest if she tried
Right.
anything.
So once
Yep.
again, showing up with that relic alone in a room that could absolutely murder you, you went and had a
That's
headbutting
the lie.
context.
That's a deliberate lie, but
It's funny.
I did not go near like right in there. I made a fucking fuss of it,
I know.
and I didn't even go all the way in. No ham for you.
Same end result. You were still one-on-one with where no one could have found you if you got murdered.
Yeah, go on, please keep begrudging me.
Then, after having a talk with this arbiter and realizing that none of it was going anywhere, she honored her agreement not to murder stab you. You got up and parted ways, after which you said you fucking bolted back to your room and locked the door, and had a very light sleep for the rest of the night. Getting the idea that whatever hesitance the individual might have had and questions she had about you seem to be more or less used up after your conversation, as her curiosity seems to have been sated. And
Good
we
for her.
wake up the next day having all completed a long rest, and you know that this is day 2 4 of the voting ceremonies, and that today all the delegates are said to arrive and should be there fairly early. It's currently about 10:30 in the morning, and you think they should be there probably by 1. Given that it's now morning, you all have a writ when you reconvene to allow yourselves entry back into the inner sanctum of Etherfort and resume your guard shift over the governess of Moonwatch. Is there anything anyone wanted to do out on the town before you all head towards that job?
Morgana's gotta make some saves.
By all means. I remember
So-
what these are about.
Yep. Morgana is going to gently scoot out of bed, not to disturb Andariel. Tuck Andariel in, walk a few feet away from the bed, and silently grab her head and start internally screaming.
Valid.
And now she's going to do 3 wisdom saves, or 5 wisdom saves. Best of 3.
Interesting.
That's like my life.
Ooh.
Oh, buddy.
Okay. Okay.
You
Okay,
murdered
again.
Daryl.
No.
Definitely my life.
Give us that
So-
fifth.
Buddy, no!
Just for curiosity, give us that 5th one, just in case.
Oh, the 5th one, just in case. I gotcha.
In case you.
Natural 100.
Okay. I was just curious if you wanted, if you would have considered a natural 1 factoring into it. But okay.
As
So
Mokana falls to her knees, clutching her face and head, internally alarms are going off that she is losing mental stability, and a failsafe triggers, and it gives her a soft reset on the memories she obtained.
oh,
So she, after a moment, she immediately stabilizes herself, moves her hands, just stands up, stops all of her rampant breathing, and she just turns around and goes and pokes Andariel to wake her up.
so does Morgana remember these dreams, or
He remembers major details of the dreams, but her mind has omitted some of them, blocked them away.
interesting? Carry on. So you
He's
went.
gonna poke Andariel until she gets up.
And Daryl wake up pretty quickly.
We believe that we should prepare for our mission.
Yeah, it's supposed to be special. I should take a bath, and so should you. How do you want me to do your hair today?
Morgana just looks down at herself. And then just looks at Andario. We wish you to choose.
Alrighty. Oh, she'll bathe. She'll help Morgana. She'll force Morgana to wash her hair and her face.
All right.
And then she'll just the weebs in the group will know this haircut. It's the mom gonna die in the anime haircut.
Oh no.
Oh no.
She will give her that hairstyle.
Prank him, John.
No.
Heck, John, you already know. Instantly gets sniped when we walk out of the door.
Oh, God.
It was destined.
And then we will get out and go to our job after getting dressed in our appropriate clothing.
Now, you wouldn't happen to be referring to putting it in chat. This haircut, would you?
Yep. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
that's
dead
about
mom
it.
haircut.
The long hair with the like ponytail way down, just over one shoulder.
Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. That's the dead mom haircut.
Yeah.
As we're walking out the building, we feel an ominous presence.
You're in the back of your head. Full metal alchemist. Full metal alchemist.
That's where the dog went.
No.
Yes.
Anyway,
Zachary would.
oh.
Okay, I gotta turn on my AC. It's fucking hot.
So as you all are leaving, Zunkiri.
Can Zonkiri go to the market early?
Yeah. There's a lot of debris from like late night partying. You're in that kind of early enough morning to where people who are really hungover are still sleeping, and there's not a lot of early risers causing a ruckus. So it's a fairly quiet market. There's people standing in their stalls, but there is like debris and mess everywhere.
Okay. This is something I thought of earlier. He's going to be looking around to see if he can find a specific spell scroll
Okay.
that he thinks might help with this meeting.
Which one?
he's-
are you looking for?
He's going to be looking for a spell scroll of enhance ability.
Interesting. That's a second level spell. Give me an investigation check to peruse the market. Or
20.
easy enough. You find yourself walking into an actual building. It seems to be a scroll maker's shop. They have a collection of like first level and cantrips and some second levels available. They have advanced enhanceability in stock. I'm just pulling up a price. Sure. And
Actually, can I get their full inventory?
sure. I've just got a sheet pulled up of like for the city where to find stuff, but
On its entire catalog.
it's a long list. Oh, how lucky! There is one. Well, I won't say that until you find it. Do you want just the scrolls,
As opposed to the scrolls and...
then just various magic items? I've got a list of like what magic items are in town and available for purchase, and scrolls are counted on that list.
Scrolls, and then any magic item under 900 gold.
Yeah, there's definitely no magic item, no weapon or armor or stuff under 900. But there's... I'll just run through the name of it, of each spell, and you tell me through one you're interested in. 'Cause it's a big list for this city. There's Augury, Bane, Bigby's Hand, Chaos Bolt, Chromatic Orb, Conjure Elemental, Entangle, Fly, Guiding Bolt, Healing Word, Locate Animals or Plants, Magic Circle. Funnily enough, a Scroll of Prismatic Wall
What?
in...
Yo!
That place is going to be extremely well guarded. I will
imagine so.
I will warn you against trying a
Okay,
snatch
so-
and grab.
Hold on.
And then
Warning duly noted.
Here's the fun thing, Connor. I know I stole the scroll in the last place, but I kind of forgot something
Oh,
because I was looking at how much gold I had, and I was like, "Damn, I've only got like 50 gold or something. There's no way I can afford any kind of scroll that I want right there." But I forgot something.
oh,
I had a bunch of platinum.
oh.
I got 90 platinum.
That'll do it.
Yay!
So
Platinum's 2 gold or 10 gold?
10.
10 gold.
Oh,
So
no!
Yeah.
It's 900 gold pieces.
yeah,
Right,
so
right, action.
no need for any particular snatch and grabs.
Gotcha.
Um,
There's also, to finish the
Yeah,
list,
so
there's another
it's
Scroll of
10
Scrying, Sanctuary, Shield, True Strike, and Vicious Mockery. They've got a sale on the True Strike scroll. 2 copper.
can you just send me that list? Because I need to cross check which
Yeah,
was.
It's a
one of-
pain to copy it over because it's like in a table and it'll grab like the prices and everything on it. But
Just screen cap it.
I will do my best. I just need a second to do that. What is everybody else doing while I'm gathering up this list?
Waking up, making a plethora of dad noises. And then I guess getting dressed in my good robes too.
Yeah, I'll probably go knock on his door to see if he's alive.
You see an extremely bad arrest. My eyes are full on droopy eyes, just like hello, face. Just they dragged my behind me like hound jowls. As I come out in my fancy clothes.
Rough night.
Something like that.
I mean, I did keep my one eye open just in case, but I know you've been having insomnia from all that. All this.
Among other things that I do actually need to bring up to everyone when this is over.
What happened? Did Zankiri pull another prank on you?
No. How do I put this kindly? I was shanghaied via a creepy ass note, and I had to go talk to a vampire last night.
Wait, what note? The blank one that you showed me?
Yeah, see, I had a thought. One, it was blood that was by the thing. He's holding a little right here. It's little. It wasn't blood, but it turns out it was sunlight. Kind of fucked up. Which turns out
Vampire making
person
their hidden message as with sunlight.
seems a bit of a cliche now that I think about it, but it's not like this is like some big story written by someone who worked at Subway at some point.
Random beggar
So
just is coughing. Yeah, sorry. Sorry.
Wait, a random beggar, we're still in the inn!
Yeah. He just happened to be like walking down the hall and got nosy.
Of course. Wait, no, it says bang!
And he walks away.
Yeah. Anyway.
Beggar is sus.
Mogus. Orcish word for sus. Anyway.
Fuck you.
Uh,
Take a point of damage.
my hip.
Continue.
So, I've been doing some thinking, and I would like to bring it to everyone once we have some time and not on the job. This doesn't seem appropriate for in-house stuff.
Fair. Let's go meet them up. I'm a little worried of Andariel. She really did storm off yesterday.
She sure did. I can only hope she's safe and sound, protected by the party's tank. Blink.
We cut over to Andariel braiding Morgana's hair.
What horrors must she be facing?
Cut back.
I do so hope her goodwill continues to reign upon me, much like darkness.
Man,
The
us
beggar
guys
talks
are
again
the
because I
worst
did.
in this party.
Didn't catch that. The beggar was back.
I choked. Sorry.
Connor, are those prices accurate?
Yeah.
Well, I'm
Oh.
actually killing God. So
Forgot to
what'd you
mention.
say?
Yeah.
Back on that. Where is one of the second levels on here? So the second level would be an uncommon like augury, so it'll go for 264 for enhanced ability.
Interesting.
Really want that Big B's hand, but I'm like 500 gold short.
Remember when Endaro hated you? How do you do it?
Well, you can always ask Morgana.
No,
Huh? I was
you'll
talking to
talk.
Zankiri.
Because if fucker.
This is true.
Pretty sure Zankiri and Andario are the only one that know that Morgana will just hand them her money.
I'm gonna make a dice roll. One, he'll go for just the enhance ability. Two, he'll go borrow money.
Borrow money time, I guess.
Hello, Morgana.
Instant teleports. Greetings, Zankiri.
Do you remember a few, what was it, days ago, where I needed to borrow some coin?
We do recall such event.
I'm going to actually need to borrow that coin.
We will spare what we have.
Appreciated.
I can't believe you've done this.
Do you have
How
anything
much-
you want to add in, Norman, as you're hearing this?
No, she resists the urge to ask what for. She's trying not, since someone brought it to her attention, she's trying not to be overly controlling of what Morgana does.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just going to keep her mouth shut.
All right.
Introspection in my D&D game. Fuck that.
Exactly
much?
as planned.
How much do you require, Zankiri?
Let's see. For the proper 200. Let me think. Nope, that should be plus, not minus. About 600.
Or what?
Spell scroll.
How many are you buying?
2. Well, technically 1.
Uh-oh.
For 600 gold.
No,
For a
that's
single spell scroll.
no, that's how much I need to borrow to be able to afford it.
How much do you have on you?
Why? I'm not
Because
lending I'm not lending you money.
I'm not asking. I probably have the most money out of everybody here.
The whole time you two are discussing this, Morgana basically has one of her compartments open on her arm, is spitting out gold like a fucking Chuck E. Cheese machine into a bag. It says,
I don't
Yeah.
care who wins. This entire argument feeds me either way.
Oh, I'm here for it.
How much money do you have left after this, Morgana?
After removal of 600 gold pieces, we will have 381.
What spells are you buying? Well, what spell?
Big hand.
I don't even know what spell that is.
If you'd like, you can make an Arcana check, given your background. Try to identify what's a big hand spell. Not a clue.
Yeah. Drew scratches the back of her head. I mean, it's your money, I suppose. Never mind. Sorry to butt in.
My money and I need it now.
It's your money. Give it to me now.
Your money, use it when you need it.
So, you get your. Do you this time, Morgana? Are you holding up the like last time that he owes you? I think you said he owed you a favor last time if you borrowed the money. Are you also stating that this time, or since he didn't end up actually taking the money last time, it didn't become a thing? But were you going to stipulate that this time, or just give him the money?
Since Sankarius already agreed to assist with Morgana's first proposal, Morgana doesn't have anything to ask of him now, so just gonna hand it to him.
Yep, just checking. And the Chuck E. Cheese tokens are passed on to you, Fergus.
All right, I'll be back later. And he just runs off toward the market.
And you go back to the spell scroll shop that you saw before.
Yes, he's going to be purchasing Bigby's hand.
Mhm.
As much as I also want that Conjure Elemental scroll. Pretty
Any-
sure I can use Bigby's
We've
hand
had bad going.
Any schemes you're trying to pull with this?
more. No, not really.
Okay, just checking. So you have the price listed there.
Yeah.
You buy out the Bigby's hand scroll, trade it over to you.
Yep.
Nothing fishy. You look over it. It is a proper scroll before you head out. No scams or anything. And
Oh, believe me, he's identifying it and everything.
well, in the shop,
I mean, if they let him.
yeah, they
In
won't
the
stop
shop.
you. I was just curious if he's like the kind of like step outside and do it, or do it in the shop.
No, unfortunately, he cannot lie, so he will not step out, identify it, claim that it's a false scroll, and then try to give him a scroll with something lesser and demand a refund.
Alright.
But yeah, after that, he'll just sit down for about, a couple hours to copy spell into his book, and then be back at the party.
Did you buy enhanced ability as well?
Hold on. I made a boo boo.
Oh,
It was the Conjure Elemental I needed to buy, not Bigby's hand.
are they the same spell level?
Yeah, the same level.
Yeah, same price.
Cool.
At least it should be.
Not always. Some of the spells that site price is extremely high because they are extremely useful.
Alright. Duly
Don't
noted.
tell him that. Don't tell about that.
No, I like that.
No, shut up.
Uh,
Forget that.
you-
Forget
you
that.
can't.
Block
Do
that.
you have 5th levels?
I do not.
So what are
Yeah.
you copying it into?
Oh, I'm not copying the spell scroll I bought.
What are you?
I'm copying the spell scrolls I saw.
Interesting. Elaborate more on that.
If I see something, I have perfect recall of it for 30 days.
Keen
And
mind.
Mhm.
using that, I can copy spells and scrolls and stuff.
They're not like out and open. They're like bound up and sealed, and they're labeled what they are. Else people would just walk by and be like, "Oh, cool!" Window shop and add the spells to their list without buying them.
Well, see, they can't do that.
Which
Because it takes 2 hours per level of spell looking at the scroll or spell to copy it.
Yeah. All the same, it also looks nicer to have bound up scrolls sealed with the mark of their shop rather than have them just unrolled laying out.
Every scroll shop has a sign that says "No keen minders."
It's also
Get outta
tracks that, like in a library, you don't see them having the books just open on the bookshelves. They're closed and portrayed in a way to make them look enticing. Same would go for scroll
Forbidden
shops.
section of the library.
So, a not bad idea, but doesn't work in practice. As you wouldn't be the first person in history to have keen mind or just be really good at, like making an illusory copy or, any sort of way to try and copy the spells before buying them.
Okay.
But not a bad idea. With that said, is there any of those you wanted to try and buy?
Yeah, in that case, you go ahead and buy the other enhance ability.
Okay.
And is now broke.
Alrighty. Life of a wizard.
Yeah.
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 I mean, you're getting the biggest cash out out of the party right now.
Uh,
You
so is
won't
it
be broke for long.
very true? Is there anything else anybody wanted to do before you go into your job?
Maybe finish my conversation with Silver.
No, fuck you. Go ahead.
What was the last thing you said? If you could remember that.
The last thing I said was
Something about the
the
boys.
girls aren't the girls aren't the whores the guys are, if I remember correctly.
But possibly.
I mean, we have used to have a horror person who wakes up ugly in the morning. We have a
Yeah.
lich and we have a rat. I think I'm the normal person of the group of guys.
Yeah, fuck that guy who turned ugly in particular, am I right?
I mean, he was okay.
Wink. I look to the sky, asking for God's guidance, and realize I picked the unmoving hand god. Fuck!
Let me see.
Just a middle finger rises to the sky.
Just
Ilvian just
wanting
says,
to
"No, my child."
see my thing for armor. I'm
Oh yeah.
actually not armorer.
Mm-hmm.
Are you switching
Sorry.
armor modes from Guardian to Infiltrator?
I'm actually thinking of purchasing new armor, but I'm wanting to see how the armor model works.
Question: what time were we meant to reassemble to our job post?
Sometime in the morning. Basically, that the representatives stay in their guarded high security rooms until their guards come to take them to their next location. And they don't technically have to even go anywhere today, but you would have been told by the governess that, like, sometime before noon, she'd like to be able to get back out onto the ballroom floor and be able to start mingling again.
And what time is it now? Like 7, 8?
It's like 10:40.
Yeah, we should probably start looking for the rest of our companions. I think I remember screaming in that direction. It might be Zankiri.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I could change armor models in short or long rest. So, how long is until we go into guard duty?
Up to you all, but at most you should be there before noon, which is 2 hours. Or about an hour.
2 hours.
That might also impact our thing. So I think we should have it at the very least an hour before we have to absolutely be there. If you needed some time to readjust your suit. as Karen's old man eyes just watching him dick around with this big ass suit of armor. Is that where the voice modulator is? Why you sound so
Voice
deep when you're there?
modulator.
That one right there. The one that makes you sound all funny when you wear it.
I sound funny while I wear it.
No, go with a bit, goddammit.
What's your bit?
What's your bit?
Man, these
Ooh,
beggars
Don't
are
try and
Say-
add things to people's character sheets without asking them first.
Yeah. Yeah. Two random beggars just jabbing at you in the bar.
Yeah.
One seems to be a gnome with an awfully large hat. Weird. Anyways,
I guess I'll
Oh.
get the armor later, but
That's the BB.
I'll get ready for the guard duty.
Right then. Hopefully, I don't have a fucking heart attack on the way there. Just sort of like, ooh, fall over. Ooh, what you say? Oh, now you left. God,
I
we go.
During the long rest, I did change a few spells.
alright, no problem. And you all, if you aren't going to get your armor now, then I don't think anybody else had any other business to do before going back into the ballroom. Cafe, eh?
Please.
You would know that with your hotel room, like as you're checking out, there's like, you know, when you've got the continental breakfast when you go to a hotel. You've got that, but it's
You wanted to be
actually
closer to the job.
you all are not all that far from it. I mean, the gate's right here, and you all are right here.
Yeah, it's like 17 feet away almost.
Mm,
Okay,
fucker.
then we'll sit at the cafe in the inn,
All right.
or the whatever it is.
It's a
Yeah.
lovely breakfast provided to you.
I'll do the same at the before we go.
Alrighty. And you all meet back up, finding your way into the nice inn. You all are able to reconvene and make a united front. None of you all find Dat. You're waiting. And did anybody catch that he was staying behind? Or did you all just forget to count him amongst yourselves before you split off?
I realized he wasn't there, but I was too busy lamenting harassment.
Okay. You still don't see him.
I mean,
And
thinking back to it as we were leaving, Zonkeri wouldn't know where he was, but he could probably remember the fact that he didn't leave with us.
We'll say that that's what you all have your consensus of now, as you all are waiting for the whole group. You realize Dad wasn't with you when you left, so you probably shouldn't wait for him to join you now.
I mean, everybody pretty much scattered.
Yeah.
After
After we agreed not to.
Dario ran, walked
Yeah.
off.
They agreed to partner up. Everyone's scattered.
Yes, that is what happened.
Yeah. If he shows up, we'll get him inside.
I imagine this might impact his pay.
And you all make your way to the gates. Go up to the guards. There's like, I'd say probably at least 4 on the gate, just 2 on either side, as well as armaments on either side. On either side of just standby people in case somebody tried to be bold and drive their cart through here or something. You hand over the writ. They count up your people. They ask why there's one missing. What's your excuse?
As far as we know, he never left the building.
He looks
Oh.
concerned.
That was a phrase to use. But yeah,
Can you give us a description of him?
Ruffy.
A giant, a giant fluffy person. Yeah.
A giant, small rat.
We would elect the word verminous.
So, big rat.
That stands
Sure.
on his hind legs. Yes.
Oh,
It was definitely that rat.
All
With
right.
an H.
That
With
is,
an
in
H.
fact, his name.
I'll send word to see if he stayed in tonight. Something or another. A large rat. You're sure?
Yeah,
Yes.
All right.
he takes his guard duty very seriously. Probably didn't leave.
Right. I'm just gonna go let my superior know and let them find out. Stay here for a second. He goes off to a little guard shed nearby, steps inside. What? Still with your writ? Explains it to him. About a few minutes go by. He comes back, hands you back the writ, and motions you all inside. If you do run into your friend, just make sure he gets approval to stay inside next time. We didn't have any clearance for any kind of individual staying inside the borders. Just have him be wary.
Well, if it turns out he isn't here, we'll let him know.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And he goes back to his guard duty. A few more carriages have shown up now. Notably, there's only missing about 2 representatives. If you, as a reminder, I went ahead and replied to Fergus's game plan for going after the city-states. The only ones who are not here at the moment would be Freywick and Galdebrier. All the others either arrived late last night or early in the morning, as the event is the following day, and you don't really want to be late. So, those of you who were looking for a member who was not here yet, they are here unless they're here.
You said Freywick wasn't here, and who's the other one that wasn't here?
Galdebrier, the other orc clan city-state that wasn't Salt Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
You all make your way back inside to the governess's quarters, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Because I think it's funny, I'm going to roll something for Dat.
If he's found.
Something like that. I am rolling stealth. Okay.
Does he have advantage? I guess she could be his advantage.
He does if it's in the dark.
He was in the
Either
Raptors,
way.
if I recall.
This was to
Pretty
see,
dark.
as you all are at the door, suddenly you turn around and Dat's just in your company.
Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, look, we found him.
Eh.
Is that higher than Katira's passive?
I think her passive is 21, so she clocks it, and going with how Liv's been playing her, she says nothing.
Sounds fair.
The guards don't even notice that he dropped down from the rafters, scurried, and went right into your all's group as you all walked up, and then he just walks with you as you're escorting without anyone being the wiser.
Note the set of Shadowgast. That rat. Don't get caught in here. You're not supposed to be in here without permission.
Yes. Here's a rat of few words.
I love that Zankiri didn't tell him to not do it. Said, don't get caught.
Yeah.
And you all pick up your charge and escort her back to the ballroom, where you see that a number of the delegates are already waiting. Some seemingly having longer nights than others.
Like ass in here. Someone, I don't say that.
Man, did anyone else think the representative always smelled like dirty dick and balls, or is that just me? Just echoing into the ballroom.
If I was not this particular orc, maybe. I can think of one orc who might do this. Who looks at
Does anyone else smell progestin?
Oh no!
You don't smell nut.
No, he's talking about the
Don't do it.
no, it's the hormone that's a lot more present when someone's pregnant.
Grognat?
Yeah, gregonant.
No, that's not what he's talking about.
You said progesterone, didn't you?
No, progestin.
Oh,
The fuck is that?
It's the stuff in Plan B.
Oh my god! Anyway, children.
Well,
We detect
remember-
an abundance of life energy in Madame Jelena.
Not for
Some
long.
of it's even dripping on the floor. I quit. I'm going to bed. Bye. That was a plan B for my soul. I'm going.
All right. Well, speaking of Plan A, let's see. What are the list of representatives that are primary targets at the moment?
Let's send Discord.
Etherforge, Goldshore. No, Goldshore, Galbeer. I think he's not here. I think they're not here yet. Pereglin, Stonewater, Magfort, Kenningborough.
as you were entering back into the ballroom area, the bands are continuing to play. Fresh hors d'oeuvres and such are being placed. You see that while here, a certain transmutation wizard has decided to sleep in before causing his chaos, much to the rest of the partygoers' delight.
All right. I was going to suggest Khan speak with the orc from Galbeer, but he's apparently not here.
Correct.
Let's see. Stonewater, Magford, and Kenningborough. Anyone here believe in a higher power other than me?
We
Blink.
suggest that with the description of Father Kuvu, Karen speaks to him as well.
It just deflates.
You look across Karen, and you see the most crusading inquisitor motherfucker, clad in full plate
God.
armor with faceplate, and like.
I could hear the
Let
sound.
me. I'll just reveal.
Reveal.
Yeah, I'll just
I'm
click. There he is.
And Dariel's just gonna. Honestly, I don't believe any of us should talk to him.
Any particular reason?
Well, me because of. She points at her horns. You because of you're an orc, and everybody else because they keep company with an orc and a tiefling, and just looks at Zankiri. Him.
It
Alright.
all
Yeah,
depends
Fair
on.
enough.
I have a sense of respect and belief in a higher power.
I just
Yes,
stare at him.
but most people who believe in that aren't going to take kindly to you, or in some cases, I don't know which god he follows, me.
Can I
Wait,
see?
is
hang on.
Zankiri in disguise right now, or is he in his necrotic form?
Is what?
Does he wear a disguise?
Not Zankir. I think the only time Zankir's been in disguise is
And he stole that
For
scroll.
framing a dock worker.
I mean,
And
okay,
Zankir just
so-
walks around. He's just a gift.
right.
Is
okay.
the governess really sitting with those two?
Where is she?
Matuk and the Zephyr guy. Oh.
Ah, yeah.
There's your Inquisitor.
These are
Isn't that the guy that hates
Karen?
Don't worry about it. Don't
Karen?
worry about it.
Yeah, that's the one who was glaring from across the way.
all right.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Do I see any identifying sigils of gods on him?
Roll me a religion check.
Okay. Yeah. Oh shit! Okay.
Would you get 16? Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me look at their order.
Into the Christ of the Lord. I can hear the Sabaton playing from across the room. Like the warrior of the
I'd
sword.
say. Sorry, browsing real quick. None there. Last one. I think you would see a symbol. You would know it falls under the court of the eclipse, the gods under the domain of Vacus.
Can I roll religion? I am trained in it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope, don't find anything.
What is the court of the eclipse's view on orcs and demi-humans and the like?
Court of the eclipse. It varies person to person. They generally uphold the element of the void, generally believing in control and mitigation of elements in the universe, as well as some portents of prophecy find their way into this court. I would say you wouldn't recognize the specific god, but you do get the court with the 16, especially because this is a less often worshipped court.
Alright, so I'm not sure about what you're talking about, Andariel, but they're definitely wearing iconography of the court of the eclipse, which, to my knowledge, not the court I prescribe to, but they are a very, they prescribe to a very mitigation, heavy neutrality. It's Vegas' territory, you know? Like, heavy on the just control and the suppression of just natural forces. Definitely not chaotic at all. They're also not very worshipped at all, so I don't see any reason why they'd have any issues with us in particular.
I will say, the symbol is a picture of a skull viewed from the side with a silver star coming out of the eye socket.
They do have some creepy skull iconography, though, like that weird, like, Eye of Horus type shit right there.
Hence why I said it, that you might get a vibe.
Well, you can feel free to go talk to him. I'm not gonna.
Right.
I don't know. I think the two of you could get along quite well.
In what regard?
No, he was saying that to Andariel.
Oh, fuck me. Why?
Anyway.
Okay.
Let's see. Anyone
Your
here?
buddy's sitting with Miss Cromwell, by the way.
But now that you notice that they're both looking at Karen, and then they go back to the conversation.
Who's looking at me?
Matuk. He and the Governess Cromwell and the Air Primus at this table were stopped to take a look at you, and then went back to the conversation.
Oh, sweet merciful Christ! Is that them over
there?
Or...
excuses to reduce your pay.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Who's Osrin sitting with?
Osrin being... Yeah, that'd be him.
He's with Isaac Shaw Jr.
So and, Newfort and Stonewater. Or no, not Newfort.
Zagreus.
Stonewater and... I'll need a refresher. Knifeburn. That's it. So Scroll Maker Wizard and Blue Collar Town. Or Magic Item Maker Wizard.
Great.
And
Fantastic.
Blue Collar Town.
So I have no idea what to do. I don't want to do any of this. Someone else with a better charisma score tag, and I'm not doing it.
All right.
I'm in enough danger as this.
Party, gather up. Gather up. Team huddle.
Team huddle.
All right.
Bitch, get over it. Wait, why the fuck is Andariel in Two Fists?
He's spying.
Yeah.
Because she's standing next to her charge.
Why the fuck she's also up here?
Gone.
Reduced
What?
to atoms.
Team huddle dismembered.
Alright, if he calls for a team huddle, she'll go back.
All
I
right.
like to think Dat Rat sits on top of the team huddle.
He's on Katir's shoulders.
All right. So, anyone here used to work blue collar? Been a laborer?
Morgana just looks down at herself.
I'm not actually built for something like that. Points at Morgana. She's 1 year old.
Does crime count?
I don't think so.
Alright.
All right. Anyone here a tree hugger?
I enjoy nature. I wouldn't consider myself to be a tree hugger.
I would
Would it
say
be sufficient were we to walk outside and hug one?
No.
I think if Dat Rat climbed a tree, he'd be a tree hugger.
Okay.
That's not what he means.
I know, I'm just fucking confused.
In that case, I think you're our best bet for Kittingborough. He likes druidically minded people and dislikes people who attempt to flatter him.
I'm not particularly druidic mind, but
But you definitely wouldn't flatter people.
not morons.
All right.
That was one pregnant silence. Is that where the bamboo is?
As pregnant as that fucking Crowford.
Last one is Arrington Firth from Goldshore. Silver, I believe you wanted to speak with him, yes?
well, if anyone wants to join me, not the
Okay.
best speaker.
Morgana would love to join you, but she's worse.
I'll go with.
Holy man.
So, going to the table with Lord Arrington Firth of Goldshore, a town that respects, I believe that's this guy. He's an individual who respects displays of craft skills and ability to work with one's hands. And also at the table is, where is she? Archdruid Enola Farseer, the High Druid of Magford.
Nobody's sitting with the Crusader, huh?
No,
Wonder
he
why.
seems to carve a bit of an intimidating aura about him, and no one has sat down with him.
I don't.
Though he does stare intently at the other guests through the mask.
He's
God.
just lonely. Morgana will join you.
Fucking please get
Well,
in
Morgana's
front
gonna stand next to you.
No.
Morgana doesn't really feel like he's just sit down.
Remind me, what court am I in particularly, Connor? Like, in a broad sense, remind me for the love
Court of the
God.
Moon.
Thank you.
The Vitar Court.
Great.
Great. So,
Ow.
Silver, you were going to the table with
I'm
Zankiri
guessing I'm going with Zankiri.
and Daryl. Is there somewhere you wanted to be before I start parsing out who's going first?
She'll go talk to the. Oh, they went to talk to the druid chick.
It's at the same table with the other guy.
It's the same
I-
table with the
Actually,
other guy.
no, that's other druid.
Yeah, that's the craftsman's
wanted you
guy.
to-
Is this guy, isn't it?
That's the king or lord of Etherport. That's the High Druid lady.
And this is the druidic person that.
This
doesn't like
is the
to be
one
bad.
from the elemental city state.
All
We
right,
get to
she'll
hear
go-
Matuk talking shit about Karen too.
I mean, I think Governess Cromwell has a hand on that.
Yeah, which one is our boss again? This one or
This one.
Her.
There we go. That's our boss. Great.
Yeah.
Her
Yep.
and Martuk are talking. Great. Love it. My pay. I can see it burning and waving from my eyes.
Like a vampire in sunlight, even.
Woohoo!
So,
Shit.
I did.
if you'd like a moment to decide, you can also have that.
the boss.
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
she
wanna.
I don't want to talk to because she's crazy lady. Who's this?
She is on your don't bother list. She is from the other
Okay,
port
so
city who favored theirs over Moonwatch's.
that's
Southwharf.
don't bother table.
Well, the other one is Crowford.
Yeah, the pimp.
Yeah.
Or the madam, however you
Yeah.
want to call her.
The madame.
But damn,
Did I say last night or not? Which room? No, he didn't identify whose room it was. Okay.
Oh, we can guess.
Yeah, I was gonna. Even though he's not there, Dat will identify that. I'm sure you all
she smelled
mentioned
like sex.
it was definitely her room. Everybody came piling out of.
Candy.
Yeah, and
I like that.
I guess Connor, I'm not good at this shit, so I guess I'll go talk to these three.
Interesting choice.
No, I'll take that back then. I don't know.
I'm gonna
the
give you a
people.
minute if you even want to go to any of them.
Yeah, go ahead and go on to the others. I'll try and find
Yeah.
who I want to talk to.
If we get through the first two, and you still don't have one, I guess you just want to pick somebody. But I'll give you time to ruminate. We'll start with the silver and Zonkiri table.
Oh, thank God.
As you all approach and sit down, judging by Zonkiri's position, the Archdruid and Duke, I think he is. It's a lot of NPCs. Forgive me if I slip up formal titles on them. Lord,
Be right back real quick, just for a second.
as you sit down at the table with the Lord and High Druid, and they turn to look at you. Hello, as the High Druid speaks to you all. Is there something we can help you with?
Yes, actually, Archdruid Farseer, if I'm not mistaken. And
That
Lord
would be
Fer-
me. Yes.
And Lord Firth, yes.
Yes, that is me.
Well, my associate here and I, Silver, I am Zonkiri, speaking with a few of the delegates on behalf of the Lady of Moonwatch. We were hoping to speak with you about some matters concerning a few upcoming bills of hers, as well as get an idea as to the kinds of people that she will be working with shortly.
I am back. Sorry.
What kind of legislation is she putting on the table?
Well, for starters, and he kind of looks around a bit and leans in carefully. There have been some sightings of foreign operatives moving about the lands, one seeking to infiltrate and take over various places around here, from what it sounds like. She'll be putting forth a few things to help shore up defenses from invasions from other planets.
They both seem very receptive to your message. Interesting. Does she have a proposition as to how to go about this that you're aware of?
DM?
No, she's not told you any of her plans. You could ask and see if she might give some information to you all, but you are not clear on specifics. So far.
I'm already in the middle of the sales pitch.
Fair.
Yeah.
Time to wing it.
These things
I'm,
go
I'm
trenches and
fairly
go-
sure she's mentioned to us all that she's considering posing stuff about the vampires.
Yeah.
But what was the actual thing that she was coming here for before the vampire stuff popped up?
Do you think you would have been curious enough to ask her along your trip at some point?
I know for a fact she told us, I just don't remember.
Her agenda is about she's bringing up the invasion of vampiric agents. She also would have told you that she's looking to ratify a trade act across the continent and have a unified front with other nations rather than having it decentralized, as well as address the Great Unifier and the growing concern for state unification, and also having some sort of trying to establish some sort of protection for asylum seekers fleeing Freywick. Those are some you would definitely have known of her just telling you all.
I'm afraid that the specifics will have to wait until the lady puts forth. We are slightly worried that some of the less reputable to our cities health amongst the delegates here would attempt to twist such information. As you all know, there are certain delegates here who, well, even if it were for the benefit of all others, would sacrifice to see Moonwatch put down the peg.
You're both kind of nodding. Again, very receptive to what you're saying. And who are you to Moonwatch?
Well, my associates in here, we've worked in Moonwatch for some time as bodyguards and other various jobs, as well as both of us being rather proficient craftsmen.
What sort of craft do you make?
Or
I've spoken quite a bit. Why don't I allow my associate here first breath at that subject? And he'll sort of step away a bit to motion Silver forward. Like, the very clear look of, go on, show off.
Yeah, and you have the attention
Yeah.
of both these representatives.
Well, I am more of an engineer myself. My armor has been crafted by me to, well, transform a bit. I've also been helped repair this section of the city a few weeks ago.
Very interesting. The Archduke
Yeah.
will turn to look at you. Where do you go about getting your resources from, if I might ask? Surely this must have been quite costly to design such a mechanism.
Oh, I'm good with my hands on making things out of thin air. As I sort of turn a it's how trying to make use of magic tinkering.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna. What can I turn? It doesn't actually tell you how long it takes to make a magic tinkering tool.
It says over a short rest if you're talking about the creating a magic.
So, is it?
You're talking about the infusion tinker, like.
No.
Yeah, that should take an action, I think.
Yeah. I would get like a piton and something and create a. Oh. What can I do? Yeah, I would get a piton and just create a small little glowing light bulb out of it.
Easily enough. Zoom. Little lights.
As you can see, I'm very skilled at making things with just a little bit of stuff.
Very resourceful. Yes, indeed. She looks you up and down. Okay. Well, is there anything else you wanted to try and add in to try and swoon them? You seem to... It doesn't take a particularly high insight to gauge. You all have done very well at getting the Lord on your side. It's the High Druid who seems to be sort of lagging behind in the belief sector.
Oh, I know. Zonkiri is going to pull out his own blade.
Mhm.
The one that was, shattered on his way here.
Correct?
And he's going to say, yes, whereas my associate tends to create things out of very little
Crap.
material. Unfortunately, I'm a bit more limited, I suppose you could say. I much believe that rather than constantly scrounging around for new resources, it is much better if, well, one reuses what one already has, recycling old broken bits into new, better creations. Ones that don't require dragging up more resources than necessary.
I think I agree with you. I appreciate any sentiments to try and keep our planet healthy.
Yes, quite a number of my creations tend to be recycled from people that were not using them properly, making waste of them.
Oh my god.
Brother.
I love this.
Looks
I want
at
to
you.
give the hearts. Boy, I want, but I'm not gonna.
Alrighty. Well, thank you for your efforts, and I'll be sure to keep an eye on the governess's agenda. Do feel free to come back and inform us if you get any more insights on... Better make it quick, Pyro. On her agenda, as you were saying.
Of course. And hopefully this unification... He kind of looks around with a finger on his lips like, oh no, should I not have said that?
They both... The druid seems very immediately put off, as does the other representative, but slightly more like a moderate disagree kind of response. Versus hers is a little bit like a controlled aghast.
Of our forces against foreign invaders. Just immediately oh, they didn't like that. I'm going to make it something they did like.
You should really get your speech much quicker. Those segments can be very worrying. I'm sure you've heard about the political extremist. I'm sure her name will be coming up soon.
My apologies. I'm afraid common is my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th language. Not entirely proficient with it.
She says something in primordial to you. Do you understand it?
He does.
She responds, very impressive. Takes a type of person to understand many tongues and many people. To everybody else, just sounds like the most guttural, throat-ripping language you could hear. To you, makes perfect sense.
She speaks. Two rocks clash together. He speaks. It sounds like a fire crackling.
Yeah. What the fuck?
Well, when one gets to be the age of wisdom, one must learn to speak with all matters of creature.
You've garnered some more respect with her. You feel like you've got both of these people on your side after this conversation?
Well then, Silver, any last parting words to add before we go speak with the lady?
It has been an honor meeting you both. I actually wish to see some of your crafts.
Well,
later on.
The Lord looks at you. Well, you'll be quite welcome to come and visit us in Goldshore. We will be happy to host such skilled craftsmen as yourselves. Or in Kenningborough. Oh, no, whoops. Or in... misspeak.
Recycle Magford.
Or in Magford. You would be
Back up.
welcome amongst our circle. At least for a time. They both kind of give you the, like, come visit our city tourism spiel in their sentences. And you're kind of aware that it's a little bit of bullshit.
Yeah.
Just for...
It's always a little bit of bullshit.
Yeah. At minimum, yeah.
Well, we appreciate the valuable time you have given to speak with us.
Of course.
And he gives kind of like a small bow and goes to head off.
You'll see now there's a series of waiters starting to come out and bring the beginning of a meal to the representatives. As we cut over to the other ones.
Hold on.
Just as we're just walking off, I'm going like recycling things that are wasted. As I kind of give him evil eye,
What?
but also a smirk.
What, do you not believe most people are wasting their lives?
And we can unpack all of that.
Besides, and as they get further enough away that he has no reservations that she might overhear,
Mm-hmm.
he just side whispers to Silver, "I hate druids.
Huh.
Always going on
Not
and on
sure.
about the natural course of things. They wouldn't know it was natural if it bit them. And I have made it bite them."
Sounds fair.
So, now we cut over to the other people approaching Grand
game.
Crusader, Father Kuvu. You hear the metal, the metal creases as he looks up to you. What can I do for you?
Oh shit. Merely wishing to keep someone company and perhaps talk of the matters of the cloth.
Please, have a seat. Gestures to the seat across from him.
I will sit carefully.
He has a very intense look in his eyes, and you can't tell if he's just like...
From what he's wearing in the picture, I think we can only see his eyes.
Yeah. His eyes are particularly like... I don't know if buggy is the right adjective, but it looks... You ever looking at somebody and they just have a really uncomfortable stare? He has that. Peering into
You don't know what doom is capable of, do you?
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm accused of having that a lot.
Oh.
Oh, good. I'm talking to Zankiri. Or Fergus, there we go. Okay.
He just looks at you. So, matters of the cloth.
Of course, just
Head slightly tilts as he's looking at you.
want to talk to someone else who worships, of course.
Which divine
Well,
do you patron?
Well, I do not prescribe to the court of the eclipse, such as yourself. And he'll incline his head. I do happen to be involved in the court of the moon, as I do have my medallion of Ilvian proudly on my chest.
He looks at you. Well, you service the court of Vitar.
Yes.
It's quite interesting. What draw you to her service?
More or less to the goddess Ilvian. How is your stay here in Aetherforth?
It's
Seems to be
been
sitting here alone.
alright so far. And I am not quite alone. You're looking like up against the wall, there seem to be like two acolytes, just like hoods over their faces, just waiting to hear the word to like leap into battle. But it is only two people, and then this guy.
I leer closer. Do they have particular hoods, and are they missing any fingers?
I don't understand the reference.
Assassin's Creed.
No. They have all their fingers and they are not assassins.
Fun fact: the whole removing the finger to get the assassin's blade to work right only became a thing because one of the guys who went to wear it put it on backwards and it cut his finger off.
Nice. Nice. He looks at you, and I live in service of Tamir, under the court of the Eclipse. As
Oh,
does
let God
most of
Google.
Peregrine.
Tamir.
Would you like
Quick.
a link?
Quick. I would like to God Google and also make a check to know God Google.
Make a religion check.
Souls and keeper of stories. Great. Be to the Christ of the Lord, Lord of the Holy. Where's my fucking area?
Ooh. You
Please, someone have an intelligence card.
Let's not.
But that wouldn't help.
for a
It's 4.
4?
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank. It's like
Morgana, you give me a religion check as you're listening.
Nani? Yeah.
I'd say
Andor.
just-
And Dario's back there.
And Dario?
I cannot.
I rolled already an 18.
Oh,
Oh.
you not only remember that the talisman you all got for Winona Crowbeak was a talisman of Tamir, an enhanced talisman for that god, but you're aware of this god's domain as a little bit intense, as linked their chat. Goth, Elven, very drow. I'll say also you would know that they're very black and white. There's not very many gray areas in their beliefs. It's...
Can I like narrow my eyes? Is there like a ring of skin around him that looks at all gray or black? Possibly elven ears sticking out the back of his head.
Give me a perception check as you're trying to like eye up those those eye holes.
Are those eyes red? Let's see here. Or purple if you're a protagonist. Anyway. Yeah, but 16.
Okay.
It would make sense why he'd have his entire body covered.
You do see some like... He almost looks like some of the corpses you've seen, but you realize his flesh is full and meaty. It's just slightly darker than like a normal human's tone would be. It doesn't range from like that, like from like a really pale, like northern fleshy color to like a
if I
dark brown.
held it-
It's more
if I-
like that ashy drow color mixed
If I
in with
held it
human.
up to Katira,
Warmer, but definitely not base human.
got it. Probably a half drow then.
Possibly.
I cannot immediately recall information on such. Would you be averse to telling us about them,
About what are you asking?
Tamir?
Tamir
Turning
is the
my-
god of story. He immediately goes into his
I'm turning
preaching.
my natural one into a success.
You immediately, as some of the other guests start to notice, he starts to sort of begin to preach you. Tamir is
shit.
the god of stories and souls. He guards the line and protects those of drow descent. He is also just tells you basically.
I imagine his pitch goes immediately into order mode, and my hair is blown back with the force.
He's very much gives you the idea is like Tamir will patronize a gray necromancer, quote unquote. But he also shares with you that it is believed in Peregrine that there is a large bell that is sunken into the ground from some great ruin, and that they believe one day, when a great hero arrives, it will rise out of the ground and begin to ring as Tamir's blessing will pass upon their town. And he is part of an order that is running the town and upholding it, as it is mostly a monasterial town, devoted to followers of Tamir.
He's definitely playing Sabaton all day, every day over there.
He also shares with you that it is their mission to he doesn't use the word purge because he knows that's not a good word to say in these gathers, but curtail evil where they find it and those who have been touched by it.
Karen sits up in his chair a little bit. And how would you define evil?
We are curious as well.
Those who would seek ill on others or whose nature predisposed them to vileness. He's just slightly heaving now as he's gotten worked up on his like sermon in the soapbox moment.
Shit! He was sitting on a prayer box the whole time.
Inside, damn, don't like crit.
Her eyes glow.
I will say you do catch his eyes keep darting back to Endario.
So pretty much the exact opposite of what she went through is, if I heard that correctly. Or like, is she a target or a victim to him?
He keeps looking at her, and with a natural 20, I'll just say that he's kind of trying not to stare, but his eyes keep darting back and like locking eyes with her.
Like
and she will turn and walk the fuck away.
Like the phrasing you use, like.
You get a sense it could either be that he views her as a tiefling as one person whose nature is predisposed to evil, or that she's a person who has been caught up in the acts of evil and has since been scarred by it.
Now,
give me an insight check, actually, Karen.
I would like to see if that was if there's malice in those eyes or
give me an insight.
Hey!
About Endario, you'd also get this because. You know, he definitely seems like he was ready to interrogate Endario about her positions on things. But it didn't seem like he was going to immediately go crusade her, but he was definitely going to profile her if given the opportunity.
He was going Inquisitor mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and seeing that, she took the moment and turned and walked away.
Karen will take note of that as well.
So what about you? How has your order dealt with purging the evils of this world? He's kind of leaning over the table just a little bit.
I'm going to immediately pull up my where I can't remember. I'm going to go to the World Anvil because I haven't looked at Ilvin in a while. But if I have she's some of that unseen hand type shit. Let me just.
Would you like a link?
Yes, as I am still in the other thing here. Here we go. Mirror goes into different.
As Karen's doing that, Morgana's going to take her maul off of her back and basically drop it on the table.
Please don't do that.
A fine weapon. He stares at you.
We have no order. This is how we purge.
Daryl's going to sneak up behind Morgana, grab her by the nook of her arm, and we have other things to attend to, Morgana, please.
Of course.
Please do go.
Stay safe.
Morgana, as getting pulled away, will just reach out and like grab at the maul's handle and just drag it off the table.
Some slight scuff marks.
How many of the other tables are looking at us?
You're definitely getting side-eyed by most of them, but they're like carrying on conversation so as to not stare.
Karen,
except for the one, because it's happening at the same time Zonkyri's doing their things. So while they're in the middle of their thing, just, boom, they hear the thud of the hammer on the table, and they're just, anyway. That's really the only table not wrapped up in this.
Yeah.
At this question of how we do things, how we purge evil. Anyway.
Yep. You let him
Karen,
vent about his OC god view, and now he's worked up.
Good. I've got his purge juice ready. Well.
I don't have Karn's name in my.
Yes, dear. Oh, that's because you hate him. Anyway, you told him personally to fuck off. Let's see.
Someone's honking the horn to open a door because no one knows how to open a door. Be right back.
All right, man.
Sorry.
Here, I prescribe to Ilvian's non-overt intervention, more a silent approach. Now, I have personal views on certain things, but overall, it does conform to less is more sometimes. We approach evil in, how you say, a non-direct and or mysterious fashion, as most times, especially in those in stories, you'll find evil cheats. Evil does a hell of a lot to make sure that they hit you first. So if they can't see you, they can't hit you. Although there is a certain event. Tell me, dear. As I pull up it, dear. I don't want to say Inquisitor, but I keep wanting to.
Father is the title, if that's what you're looking for.
Title.
Dear Father, what do you think of vampires? How evil do they rank to you?
His fist clenched. Filthy, undead, leeching the life of innocence. There is no room in this world for such parasites.
Then we are of the same mind. Then can I insight him? Before
Yeah. What are you trying to gather?
If he's fucking just blowing smoke up my ass.
Give me insight.
Into the Christ of the Lord of the Holy.
So, 12?
No, a natural 20 because I used this thing. No, it's insight wisdom.
It is wisdom.
Okay, yeah, I'm using this.
He is so very much ready to hear about wherever this vampire conversation's going. He, like, you think if you gave him a coordinates to where a vampire hideout is, he might mobilize it, whatever people he has, to go try and burn them out. He does give you very similar vibes to some other clergy members you've met in the past.
Oh, of course. I have no plan to work with him at all. I'm going to ghost him as soon as I tell him what's here.
I'd say with that, and your high insight, you are recognizing he's not as how quickly he was ready to fight vampires.
Yeah.
You've got a very strong feeling you may know where the order might be operating out of.
Yeah, I have a strong consideration. This is like one of their head honchos. I have a very strong consideration. I didn't ignore that, and Karen's just sitting back like, this is a problem, but this is something I don't have to deal with. But now everyone needs to know that these are here.
Yep.
Well, exact coordinates are unknown, but I can confirm for a fact Casturgian Inquisitors are on this planet. Even in this city.
You mentioned Casturg, you said?
I do.
Carrying over the last bit of the natural 20, he doesn't seem shocked by the name drop of it.
Mm-hmm.
Further confirming your assumptions.
Yeah.
I'm sure. I look forward to hearing what our governing body will do in response to this threat.
I do have it on good authority that certain measures may be proposed, and what I assume you would vote in accord with this?
Depending on which steps they're taking, I will vote however best to exterminate these parasites.
That's all we can ask. I just want to make sure the poor, innocent people don't get burned as a result.
We do this in protection of the innocent.
Always.
Always.
I thank you for your time. and I'll do an honest bout, and I'll turn around, and if anyone's immediately behind him, he does a yeet face.
There's a waiter there with a plate of food that you kind of just swap places with, and he sets down the meal for Father Kulu,
Yeah,
whose hand is
his eyes-
shaking as he's starting to eat with just adrenaline.
yeah. Karen just does a yee face to the
You
waiter.
do see, to eat, he slides the whole face mask up a little bit and starts to eat, and you do see like what looks like half-drow skin.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, Karen gets the fuck away. He's like, that fucking scared me. Oh, fuck me. That's about as much politics as I'm dealing with today. I'll be over here at my own table. I dealt with literal. Look, I dealt with fucking Lord Admiral Quinquisitor Yodrick, whatever. I'm going over here now.
Yeah.
Saltspire's great grandfather. I'm going over
As
here.
you all finish up your first round of things, a crier calls out, "Now announcing the arrival of the clan leader of God the Breer."
Oh
And
fuck! I was supposed to talk to them too. No.
now, walking in, you see Chief Tagrin God the Breer stepping into the ballroom,
Oh
flanked
shit! He's
by
old too.
some serious orc guards who follow him down into the courtroom and then go wallflower as he steps out, starts scanning for a place to go. If you wanted to intercept him
just
before he
kinda-
goes somewhere, now is the time. Elsewise, I'm going to
Karen
place
just
him at his table.
can I just lock eyes with him as I sit down at my table? Like, oh please God. He's just like,
He and Matuk are currently glaring at each other. And without breaking eye contact, he's attempting to walk and cross the floor.
I don't want to. I don't want to do it.
Not intercepting?
What would I say? I don't know what to say, so I'm not gonna do anything.
And he goes to sit down.
I literally have nothing. Oh God! Now I'm definitely not going back there. Hello again, Inquisitor. I mean, fuck.
You do hear the Inquisitor's voice carry. Just, "Ah, it's good to see you again, Chief."
Oh shit, they're friends.
Close friends. And you,
Oh,
those of you with an
absolutely
okay
fuck
insights
not.
get the vibe that Father here may be giving a sales pitch about a possible crusade coming up.
Absolutely the fuck not. I am not participating.
As long as the crusade isn't against me.
As long as it doesn't kill people to an extent.
In fact,
I
in fact,
pointed a
I will-
harpoon.
I will support any crusades against other evil people as long as I get to pick over their remains for any interesting things afterward.
I'll just say it's probably a good idea that Zonkari didn't go over to his table.
I smell dead.
I'll just say it's probably a good idea. He walks in now. The time being about 11:30ish. Is wibbly wobbly timey wimey. I would also like to now realize I forgot to describe what the big centerpiece in this courtroom or this ballroom is. It is a ticking clock, although it is labeled there as 12. There are more than 12 city-states. It's the symbolism of this large ticking dance floor has elements woven around it to represent each individual city-state working together as a large mechanism to keep things running in order. And there are, though not displayed on the map, icons of each city-state littered around it. And it does tick. It is a large clock that keeps time. And seems to be on par. It's not glaringly loud ticking. It's fairly well muffled, and it is a dance floor that people will be dancing on later. Yep, that sums up more.
There are 19 people, or 19 city-states representatives here.
Yep.
That's a prime number. That's not going to divide into anything evenly.
Well, two of them are husband-wife, so... Like, these two are married, and they're both the Lord and Lady of Etherfort.
Okay.
So, 18 city-states.
That divides better.
Yeah. So, is there anyone else you all wanted to try and take a stab at in this second round of things?
No.
Do any of them move tables, or they stay in the same tables?
There'd be a little bit of shuffling. Oh,
Someone talk to the horny.
There's one more individual who's arrived.
Fuck.
The Freywick guy.
Nope. Everybody's favorite troublemaker.
Oh no.
As you see, teleporting back in. You see Abther apparate.
Damn.
Hmm.
Biker
And there's a
would be like,
perfect empty table right in the middle of the most people down there for him.
And he looks around the room. Just visible disgust looking at the lower left corner.
yeah.
And he's going to begin to cast his unseen servants to continue his antics. As you see people rolling their eyes. And like trying to take up space, like rotating around the tables to seem full. And once he has his 3 ghost servants, he goes and sits down at a corner table. And begins like sending one of the ghost things into the kitchen to go and get his food. As for shuffling, let's shift some things around. Go with about
Someone has to sit at that table now.
No.
Why?
Chief Matt Tug, angry bastard. I can't remember his fucking name, but the guy who wants to be left alone by everyone so he can sit in his tower and make a bunch of magic items. And then the horny bitch.
It certainly is going to be me. I'm sorry to say it, but no. I'm not to go near Matuk.
I think
I
that's
just
about
think that
shuffled
table
enough.
is absolutely hilarious.
Well, Morgana, be the change you want to see in the world.
Morgana will just sit down to stare at them. Morgana has nothing she wants to say. It's me. It's the player that wants to hear what they're talking about. Morgana doesn't know or care.
Easily enough, I mean, from where you are, yeah, you can overhear them. They're very
Kyle
solemn.
is super interested in talking with him.
Would you like to sit down at the table and talk to him?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody else have a table they'd like to go and sit at? Now that they've been shuffled?
My own.
Alright. They do bring out food for you eventually. It is
My own ham.
it is like gourmet. Like very good.
The rivals table.
Honey glaze.
Those two definitely fucking hate each other. The druid and the money demon.
Yeah.
That's
And
gotta be the
see-
most-
And sensing the animosity, Abther is going to go and sit at their table.
Yes. The clusterfuck table.
Just as you recognize that they get up and shuffle around so they can try and like talk to people, and you feel like that table was gathered up because, oh god, everybody's filled up. I'm not sitting by myself. Fuck it.
It's the forced assignment
Group project.
the group projects, yeah.
Yeah. Pretty
Well,
much.
you guys are left. Group up.
Yeah. So, Zonkiri and Silver, you all just kind of watching over the governess, or did you want to sit down at that table?
I can't really think of anybody else we need to speak to.
Yeah, I'm just going to be
Always talk to the people.
bodyguard right now.
Okay. I will say that there's one more round when the last representative arrives, should anybody wish to, but elsewise, I guess we'll just go.
Actually, while we're at it, I'm gonna use. I believe I'm going to be using. How long is this spell?
I also don't believe you've talked to this individual of Stonewater.
He was the blue collar guy, right?
Different one. This is the one you're
The
thinking.
one that's sitting with the Aether Fort is the blue collar.
Stonewater. Values blue collar, values supporting workers or
Yeah,
administrators.
that's it. The one you all had spoken to is Arrington Firth. They are like a gold mining town and craftsmen versus like lumber mills and stone yards. No, or
I just want
ports.
to actually see what happens. So I'm gonna just cast a spell on me.
Okay. There are invisible agents in the room. Just like
Yes.
you see Ether Fort guards, like you identify some as like highly decorated martial individuals and some as high level casters, just chilling invisible, keeping. There's a spot in the ballroom that's been designed to where it's like really awkward to go and stand in that corner because of how the walls shape and move people. You'd have to be like hugging the wall to end up there. And you see there's people who just cluster there, and there are unseen agents here.
I'd imagine he sees one of them staring at him as he's casting the spell.
Yes, actually, you see like one of the mages preparing for a counterspell, and the other one just seeing it flare off and recognizing which spell it is. Just stare, and now
Yeah.
they like
I'll
No-
just go
they notify the
lean
person
back
next to
onto
them.
the wall, and I'll
Mhm.
just go like, I'll do the kind of fingerly wave at them. Hi. And I'll just mouth out hi, and I'll just keep guard duty.
They
Yeah,
notify
you
the
see-
person next to him, and suddenly all the guards around the room fairly quickly identify that you are seeing invisibility and you're being clocked.
Oh, you see them too.
I see him now.
Yeah, just act natural and don't let them know that you know they're there.
Too late, I guess.
You did see Zunkiri that he waved at one of them.
Zonkiri was being Zonkiri when he said that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Connor was being Connor when he didn't get it.
Yeah, I'll
Mood.
just watch over this conversation right here.
Between the Earl and
Give them. Yeah,
them. Okay.
I'll just listen to that and just keep my eyes peeled for the invisible people.
Gotcha. We'll come to yours
Just
in a
case
minute.
they move towards me.
We'll cut over to Ondariel sitting down at the table with Chief Matuk, and the other two representatives, Madame Jinleia and oh fuck, what is that fucker?
Zagreus Andros.
Him. Man, I hate how there's different dimensions on these pictures and it makes it hard to spot them out quickly. You sit down, and they all just kind of stare at you. They were a bit mid-conversation and just, so, lovely weather we're having. Right. It's decent for this time of year and the latitude. And Jinleia could not look more bored, as they're just small-talking it up.
Hello, my name is Andariel. I'm here on behalf of Governess Cromwell.
Return. I just spoke with Governess Cromwell.
Yes, I
Pleasure
saw
to-
you over there speaking with her.
Hmm.
I hope the meeting went well.
Well enough. His eyes dart over to Karen.
Yes, I saw the interaction between the two of you last night.
Hmm.
I work with him on a tenuous basis. Is there something about him I should know?
Nothing I care to discuss about him.
Fair enough.
He knows what he's done. Or he should.
He seemed to be avoiding you the best he could.
Good.
Then I assume that you have a bad relationship with him?
I didn't say that.
Context.
Guess
But
it's-
I will leave it at that. I'm hoping it won't sour your opinion of the governess's proposals.
No, I'm keeping an open ear to my city's interests.
I guess that's the best we could ask for in this situation. But Moonwatch is hoping for the best for everyone, not just themselves.
Jinlei kind of leans forward. Of course, I've heard good things about Governess Cromwell. You very clearly pick up that she's been dying for someone to say something interesting. I've heard very good things on her behalf. Do you have any information on what she might be proposing? Things we can discuss? There's a little bit of desperation in her eyes of a please God, give me something to talk about.
She gave us a small list of things she wanted to talk about, correct?
Just the thing I said earlier, that
Yeah, you know my old man memory, though.
Yeah. Bring up Invasion of Caster, address Great Unifier and Great Uniter things, and some growing interest in state unification.
And trade routes.
Yeah, trade routes and asylum seeker protection from people running from Freywick.
Mostly, there's no one at our table from Freywick.
Nope.
And she'll say, the protection of refugees coming from Freywick and the threat of vampires from Castor are the two big ones, in my opinion, at least.
Matuk very clearly is like gripping the table. If you'd excuse me. He begins to get up.
I hope I did not insult you.
No, it's not you. I just need a moment. He goes over to get himself a thing of water.
Oh, thank God, the opposite version.
For a minute.
Go away.
The other two just kind of a little bit caught off guard why he'd get up in the middle of the conversation, but continue listening. Well, the representative Zagreus will respond to you. Well, those seem like pressing matters.
Yes, and we were hoping we could garner your support on those matters.
I'm all for supporting those who can finance the products they require of me. Elsewise, I invite, well, perhaps not the best word when describing vampires, but I encourage anyone to try and assault a wizard in his tower.
Yes, I'm quite familiar with wizards and towers.
Oh? Are you of the arcane nature yourself?
No, but I was taught more remedial things by, I hope you do not hold this against me, but Abther.
Oh God. You lived... You studied... You spent more than a day with Abther and you didn't go mad.
I spent close to 6 years with Abther.
Are you alright in the head? Abther is the biggest... Wait.
He is a jerk, and he is obnoxious, but he is honest. And I appreciate honesty more than coddling.
Well, I for one care for manners, which he is not a
when he is at home
of.
by himself and is not being forced to do things he has no interest in doing, he is actually quite hospitable.
He looks over to see Abther actively stirring the pot at his table. Right.
Yes, I probably shouldn't defend him. It's going to be pointless. But he took care of me when I needed him to.
It's good to see that there's some speck of gold on his charred black heart. Tell me, could you deliver something to him for me?
It really all depends on what it is.
Just a letter. This piece of paper. Nothing magical about it. Just...
Which one's saying that?
Him. The other wizard.
The guy.
Regardless which one it was, I was going to say it's a bill.
The crafter. Please return the lawnmower you borrowed 5 years ago.
Would you mind if I read it?
After you give it to him, sure.
Sure, I'll give it to him. It's not the first time I played Messenger for him.
You're a saint.
Yes. Even the people in Blackmere just decidedly prefer talking to me than to him.
I'm sure.
Trust me, I know where you come from. It's just, you have all seen his outward appearance. I have seen him.
But for your sake, I hope he's a bit more mild-mannered behind closed doors than he is in public and in his professional relationships.
Yes. Well,
Sure, someone wants to find out how he is behind closed doors too.
she will look at the succubus and go, well, if you want a little bit of dirt on him,
She leans in. Go on.
he's being punished. That's why he's here. And she'll take the note.
You see her eyes light up with possibility. Duly noted. Sorry, love. Did you say you were here on behalf of someone else, or are you here with Abther?
I am here with Lady Cromwell.
Of Moonwatch. What's your
Yes.
relationship to her?
I am her paid bodyguard.
Interesting.
Was there anything the two of you would like to discuss? I mean, I do know some of her bullet points that I could help you with.
You had mentioned the Castor vampires already, and some of the Freywick Asylum stuff.
You'll also mention the other things other than the unification.
Yeah. You specifically omit that part?
Yep.
Okay. They seem fairly receptive to it. Well, I'll certainly be able to have some pre-knowledge on what she's saying, at least. You get the vibe that Jinleia really does not care about anything anybody's saying unless it's immediately interesting.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they seem more or less receptive to the things you're bringing up, especially after kind of doing them some small favors, one with delivering something to Abther and one with giving them some gossip. You also get a feeling you know who's going to be at the next table with Abther.
Yep. Okay, so well, thank you both for your time. If you could do me the favor of apologizing to Mr. Insert name here.
Oh, he was coming to sit down too as you were finishing up.
Oh, well, yes. I apologize if I upset you again.
Not at all. I have a relationship with your party member that I care not to go into now, but
I understand. We all like to keep certain things close to the chest. And I do not hold it against you. I hope that I did not insult you in any way. I hope the three of you have a wonderful evening.
he nods. Seems to be doing. He seems to have some respect for you and just the candidness.
And as she's walking away from the succubus,
Mhm.
and she'll just kind of whisper to her, ask him the same question worded differently multiple times. It'll annoy him to no end.
Her eyes like glow a little bit. Here, and she slips something into your pockets.
Okay.
And then like taps it for the troubles.
It's that plan B.
Appreciated. And she will make her way over to Abther.
All right.
And she will ask Morgana, would you like to join me in making sure my old master behaves himself?
Morgana will lean in for a moment. We must ask a question.
Ask away, but once we get away from the table.
Yeah.
Would the madam be considered a tiefling?
What is her actual race?
Seemingly
I
tiefling.
just keep saying succubus, but
Seems tiefling.
she seems mostly tiefling. She could be a fiend for all we know, but I didn't check, and I didn't want to appear rude by checking or asking.
We will take note of this.
If you have the ability to sense fiends, a true fiend will come out much stronger than I will.
Morgana will nod.
It's about now as you're looking over to Abther. You see both the representatives from Steelwood and Kenningborough. Nope, from Magford and Steelwood. Grab their drinks, throw it in his face, and move to another table.
Together?
Yes.
The unifying force, someone they hate even more.
And he's just now covered in like sweet potato mash, stale beer, and just ick as he wipes his eyes. Rude.
Wait, was she drinking sweet potato mash?
A little bit of food also got thrown. They kind of threw their drinks and flipped his plate up onto him. And stormed off to another table and sat down. Ironically, they now have their first bonding moment. He wipes
She'll
his
move
eyes.
over and begin to help prestidigitate clean him.
I've got it.
And we'll ask, and what exactly did you do to deserve that?
Nothing. I just made some observations about their relationship and some obvious tension that was in the air.
She's going to give him a light tap on the back of the head. That's rude. Here.
Yeah.
And she's going to hand over the note. I apologize in advance.
He opens it up. Oh. He glares over, and you see the guy who gave it to you just grinning ear to ear. And it is a record of the past 5 years of debts Abther has accrued by sabotaging him. Now officially served to him, and he's now legally responsible, and he has received this mail. And so now he has a bill he has to repay. Because previously he would just destroy the letter and say it got lost in transit.
Yeah.
That is why anyone ever comes up to you and asks for you specifically, you don't say yes, you say maybe. What about it?
Skyrim Courier, I've been looking for you.
Well, as an ex-process server, if we already know it's you, we can still serve you. We're just being nice. And we don't have to be.
Ah, but you see, that was my twin brother.
Doesn't work in the court of law.
What if it actually was your twin brother?
It'd be interesting.
Then it
Okay,
can
alright.
work, but you have the burden of proof of it not being you falls on you, not us.
Out to sell, reinvesting clone technology.
God.
And she will also tell Abther. Also, the madam is going to come over here and start to annoy you. Once you've had enough, give me the signal, and I will give you an opportunity to leave unseen. But, and she'll just poke his shoulder. You made this bed. You're gonna have to lay in it
Why?
because you turned a city's gold into a mountain of gold, and not in the good way.
He just keeps expressing himself.
Just think of it this way. You tell them that you got served for a bill that you have to pay now, and perhaps they'll consider it as punishment paid. And you won't have to come back to this next time. If you behave yourself again, at least. And how are you going to do that without your babysitter present?
I need a new assistant for these problems.
You're the one that kicked me out.
Yeah, you've done something with yourself. A good decision on my part. I stand by it.
And stop your complaining. I will sit with you and protect you for the most part. But once the madam decides to come over, I'm leaving. She gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Ugh. You don't leave me alone, one-on-one with her.
And what will you give me for it? I'm no
Runs-
longer your assistant. You have to pay.
Pats down his pockets.
You can agree to assist Governess Cromwell, and we'll call it even.
Are you strong-arming me?
I was taught by you.
I did you well. Fine. Vote
Thank you.
yes on her shit. But you have to deflect her questions off of me if they get annoying. The madame, that is.
Ooh, that's gonna be hard. I told her your biggest weakness.
You.
The entire asking the same question repeatedly, just worded differently.
Puts his like hands on his forehead and leans forward, just head in his palms. Just breathe, Abther, breathe.
Get that little battery of yours charged up because this is gonna be some socializing you have to deal with.
Ugh, I'm already drained for the day.
And not for the month, not for the year.
Forever. I'm always drained. You know I don't recharge.
Agreed. Right. Oh, this is my friend Morgana. She's just gonna stand
Pleasure.
here and be herself. She's wonderful.
Would you like to sit? I can move one of the unseen servants.
Would you like to sit, Morgana?
Morgana just alarm at being noticed at all. We have.
He's not
no
as bad as
reason to
everybody
decline.
makes him out to be. Trust me.
We have no reason
Those
to
here.
decline.
He moves one of the chairs back. Then sit.
Be
As
careful. Otherwise, I'll tell
takes-
everyone you're not as mean as you pretend to be.
They'll never believe you.
Probably.
drops them all on the floor. They would have gotten in the way of sitting in a chair.
And look, at this way, only one other person can come over and talk to you.
Have your friend move. I don't want to be next to her.
Move across, hon. Across from me. Yeah. All right, we can move on.
Okay, good. That was him. Oh, sorry. That wasn't me. Trying to say that was Abther
He's
things.
fusing. Hit him in the head. He's fusing.
All 18 personalities are taking over.
That's the Doomstack Doctrine.
Let's see. I don't think there was anyone else you all were listening into. Oh, listening into the governess and the earl. Give me an insight check, the both of you here, Zonkiri and Silver, as you're listening to their conversation.
All right.
Okay, 15. And Silver? 14. You understand that they're talking in some sort of code. And you're not quite sure what about. Because there's no real... It's not thieves' can't, but they're just kind of skirting around certain topics, and you're trying to read what they're actually talking about. They, as with everybody who sits down with the Earl, she offers condolences for his lost sister, and conversation spurs on from there. You're
Wait,
unable... Oh.
So they're both doing that thing where they're talking about everything except what they're talking about, like Zunkiri was doing.
Kinda, yeah. You could assume some of the stuff you all mentioned to other representatives they might be discussing, but it just sounds like small talk to your ears.
Cool.
And then, as we go to about noon, the final representative enters. As announced as the representative from Freywick, Commander Lars Vadrix of Freywick. He steps in.
Oh, fuck. He radiates Sith energy.
Mr. Avoid at all costs.
Apparently, people will be running from his continent. Or not a continent, his state.
Yeah.
With the Imperial. Oh, shit!
You all would know that Freywick is known for imprisoning monstrous races and people to be forcibly enlisted in the defense of Leoteth. They're also the ones who provide the standing army. And they provide about 80% of the armed forces for the continent. Which is why it's kind of hard to tell them no to things, because they're like, oh, really? Interesting. As he steps in, flanked by just high-ranking military members. He's got about 6 in total. They just flank out. 2 stay with him. 2 go and stand by the entrance, and 2 rotate around the walls. As he walks in and decides he's going to come and sit immediately at the table with Governess Cromwell. It's about now that tables begin to shuffle as the Earl gets up, not wanting to be a part of this.
Don't blame him.
And I'm going to move people. Would anybody want to be there? Probably not. I feel like she would actually. Just to sit in on things.
That lich lady?
Yeah.
She's at least curious enough. She won't say much, but she'll sit there and listen. Actually, I'm going to overrule her, as the seats are going to be filled up, as Lord and Lady of Etherford are going to take up the table, since those are the big 3 city-states. As you see the guards start to kind of cluster around this table, now that like the 4 most influential people on the continent are at one table. Let's move over there. Sure. There's some clustering. Alright, cool. So this will be the final layout before things shift up a little bit. Conversations go on. Is there any tables anyone wanted to go and listen in on? We'll get to how Abther and Jalea are going for you two there. But any others, if anyone's interested. This will be the last round of trying to garner influence. Oh, I forgot to mention. The very important thing as the Commander of Freywick enters, he is accompanied by what appears to be some sort of caster, in addition to his armaments. Appears to be some sort of Yuan-Ti individual.
Invisible?
No, fully visible.
Oh.
I was about to pop off. I could have sworn you just said caster. I'm like, what? That must have did a flip out of my chair.
Yuan-Ti caster.
Thank you.
Which is odd to you all, because that is not the sort of thing you would expect him to be in the company of, because she is in, like, the guard uniform. Like, clearly a caster, not in, like, heavy armor or anything, but is in the colors of their city-state, which are red and black, if I recall. And she will go and...
okay, so she's one of the good ones.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And she's going to stand up against the wall here, kind of close to you and Silver, Zankiri. I think I have a token for her set up. Hang on, let me go to GM layer just in case this is busted. And I forgot to set her token. One moment.
Brief intermission.
Because I did make it, I just forgot to set it as the default token.
Part of me wants to go poke the big guy in armor.
Up to you.
Cool.
Yeah.
Do it.
And here is her token. If you introduce yourself. Oh, I don't like that giggle.
It's just no. It's just
What's funny? I don't.
self, like, you know, the how do I put this? The basic racial superioricist. Purity, probably self-stuck-up guy.
Mhm.
And the one he's okay with screams about as much evil manipulator as Zankiri does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's the equivalent of showing up at, like, what do they call him? The Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan's house.
Yeah.
And his daughter comes down with her black as night boyfriend. He's like, "Oh, hey there, son."
Yeah. Like, huh?
Like, you see why I'm laughing?
Oh, I do.
Hey, you two. We here at Dice-aster Children.
I will point out, you're an arcanely minded individual, Zunker, and you would most certainly be very curious as to this. You do note she has some sort of necklace on that is like, I don't know what the term would be for it, but it's not just like a gem on a string. It's like a metal, like neck brace looking thing with a gem inset in the middle over the throat. It looks very beautiful, but you've got some
Gorget?
vibes, possibly. I don't know what that is, so
Zonkiri will cast a detect magic just to see if he thinks it's what he thinks it is.
you cast it. You do see some sort of magic is emanating off of it.
I'm guessing abjuration to keep it protected, enchantment to keep her under control, and evocation to blow up if she misbehaves.
This one strikes you more of a conjuration vibe overall.
Conjuration. I mean, you could be thinking with portals. Just create one around her neck.
Could be. But you definitely identify that it's arcane, the entire mechanism, not just the gem, and that the predominant school is conjuration. Any others that might be sprinkled in there are just kind of trace amounts that you don't really register as anything significant. Maybe some touches of evocation here and there, but overall conjuration. So yeah,
Interesting.
I'll say noticeably that there doesn't seem to be much enchantment magic about it.
Is Mr. Lars reeking of enchantment magic, perhaps?
No. He seems covered in abjuration magic at the moment. And you get the vibe that there's... it pierces how much fabric?
Like several feet.
Okay. You definitely get the vibe that he's wearing some sort of protection necklace.
Cool.
As well as his like ceremonial weapon seems to be enchanted. Definitely did not leave home unarmed. So yeah. Did you want to go and sit down at the table with Peregrine and Chief Matuk? And Karen, is there a table you wanted to go and sit at or listen in on?
Hell no!
Okay.
As much as I want to poke the holy man into self-combusting, considering our boss's like greatest enemy, he's sitting right across the table from her. I think this is probably the place it should be.
Okay. So, their conversations are just very long-winded formalities as the three most powerful city-states. They're just kind of going on, and they keep slipping in subtle jabs to each other. Moonwatch, and Frey Wick. And the Lord and Lady of Etherfort seem to kind of try and disperse the tension, as there is like a well-known animosity. Did you want to try and strike up a conversation with his arcane accompaniment?
Yep.
She looks over to you as you approach. There's no need to get closer.
All right.
Is there something I can help you with? I'm currently on a job.
Same. Your employer is currently speaking with mine.
She looks at you and your colors and your boss. Seems we've been suppositioned into enemies then.
Hold a moment. Unless, of course, you're a true believer in, what was it, Commander Lars's anti-demi-human rhetoric.
I'm a believer in Lars.
Really? Why did something like that happen with your current condition?
I think that'd be a story for another time. Perhaps when I'm not on duty. And Dario,
Yes.
as you're sitting, all the hairs on your arm start to stand on end. It's just static electricity all around you.
Okay.
As you're talking, you hear Jinleia continue to try and lay it on with thick with Abthor, and he's like, "Uh-huh, cool. So, anyways, how's the hoe phase going? Is it more of a
She will
whole
put
lifestyle?"
She will put a hand over his hand and kind of smack it down.
There's a slight zap of red lightning.
Behave yourself.
You clock that it's red this time instead of your normal blue.
Oh, it's coming off of me?
That static electricity you had built up, when you touched him, a small arc of red lightning jumped off onto Abthor.
Oh. What was that?
It only recently started feeling this way, as in when
When
Representative...
she sat down?
when Commander Lars entered the room.
Oh. Okay. Bummer, I only rolled a 10.
You would recall, a few nights ago, you were keeping watch and you saw red lightning in the distance.
Oh! Yes. She's gonna stand up. I am so sorry, Apter. And she's going to move around and motion for Morgana to do the same.
We had a deal. If you
This
want me
is
to
my
pull...
job. This is my job. She's gonna lean in close so Snake Lady can't hear, and she's going... She would know what languages Apter speaks.
Yeah.
Infernal? Well, no, Infernal she'll probably know. Undercommon?
He probably taught you most of the languages you know, so probably.
Okay. She'll say Undercommon. The person who tried to assassinate my boss is here.
Go then.
Yeah, and she will make her way over and stand on the opposite side of the Snake Lady, while in track. She's gonna message Zankiri and tell him the red lightning's here.
As you stand next to her, your hair now is like a magnet pulled towards hers and hers towards you. As she turns and looks at you. Looks you up and down.
Evening.
Evening. I seem to find myself cornered between your troop. I think it'd be best if we reshuffled a little bit. Excuse me. And stand over this way. Just keeping
And
it.
she will take a step closer to Zankiri again and whisper to him. And he knows thieves can't, right? And she's seen him speak it?
No.
No? Ah, shit, the one language he doesn't fucking know. With sending, nobody can overhear you, correct?
You have verbal components that you're casting a spell, and you have to dictate the message somehow. I don't think it'd work
I'm
quite the way
pretty
you're...
sure... Or that's that message I'm thinking.
For the message cantrip, you most certainly have to say the message. For
That's since
sending...
you whisper the message and it goes the distance.
For sending, I think you could...
Sending is telepathic. Message, you actually have to speak it out loud, but the spell makes it so that the only people that can hear the message are you and the intended target.
Okay. So you can cast sending, but there will be a third level spell cast, and they will hear some material components or verbal somatic.
I can cast sending at will.
How you do that?
Yeah,
the book. Ooh. It does still have its components, though.
No, it doesn't.
Verbals of at will?
It says without using material.
Oh, material components.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. That's weird.
You'll still have verbal somatics.
Write the message on the page.
Actually, no, I write it down
Oh.
and he just hears it.
Then that'll work.
And then his reply appears in the book.
Then that'll be it. They will
Yeah, I
not.
write the message on the page and he hears it, and then his reply appears on my page. So there's
Oh.
nothing. So
Yeah,
they just see
you're
me
right.
pull out my book and start writing in it.
Correct. It turned out fairly well.
Morgana's
And
just staring at the snake.
She's staring at
you will
Daryl.
get the message. The Yun Tai is who sent the elementals. And she knows I know.
And you know this how?
Back in the book, I am... Giasa is telling me. She'll just write that down.
Who?
My patron.
Is that
I
what
love how all these are multiple settings.
I almost wanted to say, "You're a warlock."
My patron. Her patron is my patron's father, and she is leeching his power off of him. However messages this takes. Saying I can do it for free.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
I believe we already discussed this.
I think you discussed it with me, mainly.
I'm pretty sure I discussed it with everyone other than Karn.
He did. If you don't remember, it was pretty much right after the at gunpoint thing with the medallion from the salamanders.
I'm aware, yes.
Oh, so Zenkiri's just being a dick. Okay.
Well, he never got the name of her patron.
I never gave it?
I
Oops.
think she said Giasa.
I'm pretty sure I gave it to her. To
No,
you.
no, he had no idea
Giasa?
was
Okay.
her patron.
Okay.
He had no reference for who that person's name was. He'd heard it before, but he had no idea who it was.
All right. Noted.
We just need to keep an eye on her and make sure Governor Cromwell is kept safe.
All right.
Can you send... And she'll just say this out loud. Can you do magic messages? But quietly, so not everyone can hear, of course.
Okay.
Not at the moment, no.
She will try to catch the eye of the 3 other companions.
I mean, I'm also connected to the book. If you wanted to just send me.
Yeah, she just remembers that Silver is also a spellcaster, and she will message you. Do you know how to get in touch with people magically?
Let me. I don't think so. Let me see. If I do, I don't have it attuned.
Okay.
Aaron, you would see everybody's starting to gather and things are heating up. Would you stay at a table?
Just in my mind, Karen's holding wine. Miss Morgan, we've been expecting you. No, he would not approach. He's like, I'm going to keep an eye on things from my safe spot here. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Katira most certainly would have approached, given like the expediency.
And I
which
guess
you walk.
me and Dat Rat will watch the entire room for anything that might happen, not out of the immediate purview.
That would have stealthed into the shadows. I'm almost certain, and tried to keep an eye on the place.
Definitely.
Sneaky.
No, I'm going to keep an eye on the room.
Okay.
And Daryl is going to try and find a way to get a small message to the boss without the others realizing it.
Tink, tink, tink.
Distract them. Pretend to
Slip
trip.
Oh no, she's going to... Governess,
Yeah, yes.
may I speak to you quickly in private? It's a message from Apther that he wanted me to relay to you alone.
Of course. She gets up and tucks her things. A moment, your graces. And talking to the Aetherfort Lord and Lady, glares at Lars, says nothing, steps away.
The Yuan Ti. And she's going to say this very, very quietly.
Mm-hmm.
She is the one that sent the elementals against us.
You have proof?
She is reacting to... Giasa is reacting to her, my patron.
I'm saying, is there enough evidence for us to move for an arrest?
She just kind of gets a blank look on her face for a couple seconds. Probably not. Other than, I can't guarantee Giasa will come to me.
Zankiri's going to check the medallion, see how it's reacting.
Which... Oh, that one?
Yeah.
Make a... Were you trying to see how it reacts to being close to the person who used it?
More or less, yeah.
Give me an Arcana check. And do you take it out?
I mean, I'll check it in his bag. If it's like starting to blow up, yeah, I'll take it out.
It seems fine. I'm just asking, do you take it like out into purview of everyone?
No, he's not showing that at the moment.
All right, give me just Arcana. 22.
Again, I don't think Zankiri can roll below a 20 on Arcana.
Clearly, there's nothing. The after image of whatever magic it cast has since burnt out and is not really reacting. But you do feel sort of slight element that recognizes that it's near its user, the one who is bound to the contract. And it's not enough for... It's not something you could, like, hand to people and see who it reacts with, but it kind of confirms Andariel's suspicions that whoever it is nearby this, and you would also know that this is fairly incriminating evidence. If you pin this on somebody, or if there was like a signature to their spells woven into this, you could probably identify it, but you would need to see some other spell work of theirs to be able to correlate the two.
There's an easy way of that. Find out if she has shield or not real quick.
Yeah, and Zankiri's standing right next to me, so he would have heard me talking to her.
That's why he's checking the thing.
So it's got like her magical fingerprints on it, but you need her to touch something else basically, so you have a reference.
Lady Cromwell.
Yes.
We do have the results of the scuffle, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
The one that caused an issue between myself and Andar.
I recall.
It's faint, but it is pointing in the direction of its owner. Has magical essence still tied to it. If one were to, say, get a sampling of similar abilities from someone, it could be identified through that. And I do believe that with a number of holier than thous here, that I doubt there would be issue with something like a proof of ownership, say a zone of truth as to where we caught this, as well as if anyone knows of it more intimately.
Are you confident you all can gather evidence over the course of this dinner or lunch?
Well, depends. Am I allowed to tie an individual up and torture them until they cast a spell?
No. Especially since it's in broad view of everyone. Because that would be a crime.
I believe there might be a thing or two we can do to prompt such a thing.
I trust your expertise and give you whatever permission within legal bounds you need to attempt your plan. I need to return to my conversation, but gather whatever evidence you can.
Zunkiri is like, right, within legal means. What were those again?
I need to go back and sit with Abther to make this look believable. If you will, pardon me.
He nods and goes back to
I
her
will
too.
be keeping an eye over here, though.
Okay.
And she will go back over here, but have her attention mostly focused on them.
As they sit back down... Oh, go ahead.
As Andariel is going, Zunkiri is going to hand her something and say to her,
Send me something if you get a little tap.
and you'll see that he's handing over Varshi.
Okay, thank God it's Varshi. She'll just have Varshi put Varshi up in one of the folds of this dress she's wearing. And as she walks by Apther, she'll just sit down very quietly, still working. And keep her eyes locked on that group.
Yep. As you all see the governor sit back down, the conversation quickly is done with your back alley dealings, governess? No, Commander Vadrix. I am instead being informed by one of my hirelings of some information from another representative that you're not privy to. I would take care that you mind your own business. And similarly, at each other's throats, that energy continues on and on. At the Abther table, he is dying and is looking at you like, alright, time to step in. Time to step in. Focus. Get. And do you take your eyes off of the mission, or?
Yeah, she'll look at him and just like, what?
He's like looking back and forth between you and the madame. Come on.
Darkness. Right over us.
You all hear you all watch darkness. Everybody turns, and then a ha-ha! Heard from Abther. You see him there, he gets up and moves to another table.
Question. Are Apthers in unseen servants still causing mischief?
They're kind of just walking around like trying to trip waiters at this point. They haven't gotten into anything too malicious yet. But they are around, just doing things.
Is the one still bringing him stuff from the kitchen?
There is one that's ferrying back and forth, refilling his stuff.
Okay, so about the time that it gets to Abther to deliver, the drink or food or whatever, Zonkiri will psionic hand, and entirely blaming this on Abther like this, is going to swat the food or drink or whatever it is onto the auntie.
You do so. As it's walking over, just...
The idea I'm going for here, just so that there's not confusion as to why I'm doing this. The most common spell is prestidigitation, and it's used to clean stuff, as Andariel was doing to Abther moments ago.
Right.
He's trying to get her to cast something to clean herself on her.
You do so, and there's now, like, on the back of her outfit, just, like, mashed sweet potato, just covering the back of her, like, white garments. As she turns and looks at the unseen servant, ugh. And you see she pulls out a dagger and just poof. And it turns to nothing. We're sheathing her dagger again. Watch where your servants go, old man. And you see the darkness is dispelled by something in the room. She starts taking a napkin and like wiping it off her.
Okay, well, she doesn't have prestidigitation, guys.
Possibly. And she will like move away from the table up towards here now, just getting away from unseen servant things. As Ampther is just like,
Did the people who can see darkness see who dispelled the darkness? Or see invisibility?
no, because you all would not be able to see through the darkness necessarily. With
And
see
I
invisibility.
can't see invisible people.
Yep.
Yeah.
So somewhere in the room, something got dispelled. Yeah. You all will notice that some of the representatives are a bit caught off guard that one of his guards just straight up stabbed a thing, because they didn't know that wasn't just a person under those sheets with ghost faces drawn on them. But they stabbed it anyway, and it just happened to be an unseen servant that they destroyed the form of. Just,
Did none of the actual guards react to that?
It's just an unseen servant, and the tablecloths on the ground. They're not kicking off anything, especially not with who she's here with. No issues have been... No harm was technically done, quote unquote, so... They're not moving to do anything yet, but they're keeping an eye on her, given how quick she was to draw her blade. It just kind of becomes tense in the room.
I can't leave without taking everybody with me. An idea to go grab an undead fire newt, stick it in a bed sheet, and have her stab it.
Ooh. Well... Would anyone parse out an idea? Is there anyone who wants to go try and talk to any other members as part of this evidence gathering? Are there any plays anyone has in mind? Karen, you definitely just saw one of the guards just stab an unseen servant and things got real tense. Still keeping your distance, or you want to join the group?
I'm sitting back here,
Okay.
watching proceedings very carefully.
Then from here on, you tell me when you jump in, because I won't ask again. It'll just
Please
be
do not.
whenever you say, or
I
if
have
you say.
literally nothing to add to this.
Okay. And you are then watching them.
I've been thinking. I literally can't come up with anything.
Okay.
When this guy was speaking with the governess, did it look like they got along well, or...
Seemingly, they had a very amiable relationship. They also, Zonkiri and Silver would know that they were talking in some sort of codes about something.
I wouldn't know that, though.
Yeah.
I really should have brought some water upstairs with me.
Gollum?
My precious.
God, son, get some water. Ugh. So, does anybody want to try and make any moves to try and pull anything?
I mean, I can't really think of anything that can make somebody cast a spell unless... Well, that's not, directly assaulting them.
Yeah, I was about to say, the only thing I can think of is forcing her to use shield by assaulting her.
Or absorb elements with some sort of fire, or...
Yeah.
I mean, there's really no way to force somebody to cast something. She obviously isn't going to be talking to any of us.
Yeah.
What's the area on the ceiling above her look like?
It is a very, very high ceiling. It is like a good 60 feet up, at least. There's a, painted dome with lights strewn about it. There's some chandeliers hanging about, if that's what you're looking at.
I don't have anything with that kind of range that won't just be obviously me shooting it down.
Indira, did you ever check and see what was in your bag that Jinlea handed you?
She'll check now.
Okay.
Since she has a little bit of downtime.
It seems to be a small bag of coins and just some other organic substance. Smaller bag. A quick
Thank
whiff
you.
identifies them as drugs. Of
Yeah.
some sort. But I
Thank you.
wanted to point that out before we get too far away from it.
Yeah. How much gold is it? Or how much money is it?
It's 5 gold pieces and just like 1 dose of something.
inhaled or
Hard to tell. Give me a nature check if you'd like.
yeah, this isn't gonna go well. Who the fuck are you? 16.
It seems like the sort of thing you'd smoke or alchemically like extract, and then it might just be ingested. But it's
She'll make a note to herself to give it to Silver later, see if he can do something with it.
nice. Okay. You all listen in once again to the governess's conversation, as she is seeing you all kind of at a stalemate amidst the hostilities. Well, Commander, I do notice you've brought one of your untouchables with you to the ceremony. It's quite an odd display for you, given your city's predisposition towards certain races. To which he responds, "He's a mercenary I've picked up along the way," and her record speaks for itself. I don't know why you'd be
Actually-
so curious.
And Ariel's gonna lean in and whisper to the succubus.
Mhm.
Would you mind doing me a small favor?
What you need, hon?
Do you see that Yuan-Ti woman over there?
Yes.
I need her to cast a spell. Any spell.
Alright. Might I ask why?
What are your feelings on Governess Cromwell?
She seems alright.
I have no way of proving this, but she attempted to assassinate Governess Cromwell.
Oh.
Most likely on his orders.
Interesting. Have you
And
told
we
anybody
have-
else this information?
Just Governess Cromwell.
Noted. Any course of action you've got planned?
We have an item that can prove that it was her magic that summoned the elementals that attacked us. And we just need something to reference it off of.
Does she have anything on her person that might be enchanted by her?
I have no clue. I saw Zankiri cast that earlier. She'll whip out the book and write in the book. Do you think she has anything on her that was enchanted by her?
I mean, she's loaded with enchanted things, but there's no way of knowing if she was the one that enchanted it.
Unknown.
Well, there goes my suggestion. I was going to suggest you just take something off of her. But for the right motivation, I can try and help out. What's in it
What
for
kind of
me?
motivation would you need?
Dealer's choice. Give me something interesting. Any drama or secret news from the governess you can spill? Or maybe...
From the governess? No.
Hmm.
She's my employer, and while I'm more than willing to throw Apther under the bus, she's paying me at the moment, so I can't.
Hmm.
I think it's in everyone's best interest, though, who is not discernedly human, if that particular person is brought down a peg or two.
Interesting.
Commander Lars, I believe his name is.
I'll see what I can stir up.
It is much appreciated, and I will let Governess Cromwell know that you are assisting us in this.
She gives a wink and stands up with a goblet of wine and just takes a sip of it before walking over. Just a wide arc, and she will drop the wine glass, trip over her ankles, and fall into Snake Lady. Just and is going to attempt to try and like pilfer something off of her.
Christ.
Ooh.
And does very poorly.
As you
Unless
all
she has a massive modifier.
not particularly to beat out this the other
Anyone
NPC.
got cards? Cards? Anyone?
Give her the next card.
Hold on, do I have it? Yeah, actually I do have advantage on Dex.
Would you like to? I mean, because everybody else gets to, I'll go ahead and roll the d20. You'll get to see. Yeah!
Oh,
I think you should give her the
Yeah, there you go.
card.
Yeah.
She
Anyway,
stumbles
back
and
to you,
falls, and like nothing ever happened. Oh, I'm so sorry. I must be having too much to drink. Would you help me up? And the auntie just looks down at her. All right, I suppose my legs work. And whatever was below her stomach that she pulled out, she is then tucked into a pocket as she gets up. Oh, I think it's best I go sit back down. Sorry again for that intrusion. As she sits back down. Would you like to go see?
You know, she seems
probably
she's a
not
pretty
immediately.
good thief. She's probably got a lot of experience using her hands for stuff like this.
Slipping things in and out, their specialty.
Yeah, she'll come over and pretty much, not loudly, but loud enough to be heard. She'll begin to ask her if she's okay as she walks over and asks her if she needs a healer.
Oh, you're so kind. And she, with something in her hand, one over the other, places above yours. You're so sweet, but, you've been great just winning it on for you to, open your hand and hand you something.
Yeah, she'll do that little hand motion of holding hands with her.
Yeah. She does the, southern hand tap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it, but I'll be fine. I just need to sit down for a minute. And in your hand, you have some sort of, it feels like some object, very solid. If you hold it under the table and glance at it, it seems to be a. Ooh, let me check how many points this has. Where are the notes? Man, I wish I could find my notepad right now. For now, we're going to say it's a ruby amulet with, I think it's 5 points, maybe 6. Each with a smaller stone embedded above it. So it's got a large central ruby with a 5-pointed...
It's a necklace of fireballs?
No, it's a large ruby with what appears to be some sort of dark metal, casting sort of a star pattern over it with 5 points. Shown on it.
Okay, she'll go, well, let's just be sure. Zenkiri, could you come here and inspect the madam? She may have injured herself and not realized it.
Just looks over you, just raised brow, like, what the hell are you going on about? Why are you asking for me? I'm not the healer.
Just imagine scribing the book, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here.
Yes, pretty much.
All right. I do know that most of my patients are already dead by the time they get to me, right?
Abther
Yes,
turns.
I am aware, but you can definitely check if someone's okay, and under the table smack your leg with the amulet.
It's like a doctor in reverse.
So, as you do that, he immediately looks over and glares at the other tiefling.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks it's her that hit him in the leg.
Oh.
In the book, written with her left hand, so it looks fucking terrible, but legible because she was forced to use it for years. Get the amulet from my hand.
Just
Give me a sleight of hand check, Indariel, to manage these two things.
Well, at this point, the amulet's just sitting in her hand, and
Yeah.
she was without her right hand for years,
Fair.
or a working right hand, so she would know how to write with her left hand.
I just want to see if it looks suspicious, like you're doing a handoff. Oof. Okay. It's not your specialty. A 7.
Nope.
Okay.
Anyone with the card?
I just used my dex card.
and I don't got one. Zunkiri
Mine is
both hands over the table, just kind of you can see him get the message, and just looking at how awkward she's being at the moment, he's just gonna both hands above the table, just stand up and talking to the two of them. I think she's fine. I don't believe my services are needed here.
Well, thank you anyways.
And Andariel, you feel the amulet lifted up off of your hand.
The claw!
Figured
Please.
as much.
So,
She'll happily let it go and stay with the governess. I mean, not the governess, the madam for a bit and do some small chit chat.
Who has grabbed the amulet? Psychic Hand? Crawling Claw? Varshi?
Psychic hand.
Gotcha.
Damn. I wanted Canthor to be in here so bad.
Although it would be funny.
Basically, just it's like making sure that both of his hands are above the table, so that it's very obvious that he's not grabbing whatever she's trying to hand it off to him. Just up his robes.
Okay. It is up your ropes.
Zunkiri just starts walking back, just looking over his shoulder at her, like, why? On his way back. And as he's going, just because I know it would do something. It's about here, and Abther just hears him muttering to himself. This is why I prefer the undead.
He looks at you again. Looks back at Andariel. Looks back at you. Something's clicked in his head. What are you doing once you've gotten back to position with the amulet?
Just at attention in the big puffy robes and the giant helm thing. Amulet like snaking its way under his robes and into his bag and stuff.
Okay.
Making sure to keep his body between where he's putting the amulet and Lars and Snake Woman.
Okay.
I don't think we ever actually got a name for her.
You never asked her.
Yeah.
As I said, once you ask her, then I'll reveal her name and such. But it's been standoffish and nobody asked her name, so I haven't revealed it yet.
I tried talking to her.
Fair. But for now, that's all you all got. Names have certain caveats on spells and things, so.
So, question. We're just barred from leaving the
You can leave.
the building, right?
You can leave the building. The inner section, that inner that sector where all the rich folk live, is guarded at the big gates. You all can walk in and amongst that inner area, but you cannot go in and out of the large gate. If you'd like, I can move you back to the map and point it out clearer.
I get the idea.
Okay.
After a couple of minutes, Karenthor's hand is going to come crawling out of one of the folds of Zonkiri's robes.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just going to crawl up his arm and just kind of tap on his helm's shoulder, and he's just going to look down at it, and it's going to wiggle its fingers a bit and kind of spider jump from side to side and then hold up the number 4. And then he's going to take a step toward Cromwell.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me.
Yes.
Duchess Cromwell. I believe there is a matter related to your security that I must go attend to. If you'll allow me to attend to my duties.
Of course, take whatever liberties you need. Do you require any kind of additional writs?
Not at the moment. I believe my current capabilities and allowances are more than enough to deal with this matter.
Of course. But Get back to me once you've attended to it.
Of course. And Zonkiri will head off outside of the obvious restricted area where everybody is.
I'm gonna roll something real quick.
Cool.
Ooh. Never mind. Nothing happens. Vadric's just... Lots of secret meetings going on, Cromwell. Not planning anything, are we? Just back and forth continues. I'll tell you all in a minute what the alternative was going to be.
This is the guy that runs this place, right?
This is the guy who runs the
Freywitch.
military state.
Oh, that was Freywitch. I thought
Is
it
that
was.
what it said?
I thought you meant the Aetherford people.
No. They're mainly just like, alright guys, let's just settle down and not kill each other.
Okay,
That's
because I was
Chinese.
about to say that the two of them being like, "There's a lot of secret meetings going on here," would be really, really weird.
Yeah.
It'd be like hosting a kegger and then shocked that people are drinking.
Yep. You begin to step out, and yep, no one seems to follow you out.
Right.
As that was going to be the alternative, it was going to see if someone was going to be sent to assist in your investigation.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Zonkiri will be pulling out the identify stuff, the detect magic, just arcane implements to see if he can make a connection between these two things.
Immediately you're struck with the occultish look of this amulet. It has, as I said, it's a large ruby with a 5-pointed, like a pentagram, inlaid, or 6-pointed, depending on if I get my numbers right. And there is a smaller ruby set on top of the metal implement on each of these points. The large ruby forms the int. Yes, I know, but if there's 6 of them, there will be 6 points on it, making a sextagram or hexagram.
Either one's correct.
Yeah, you
It
get my point.
technically should be sextagram, but some weird stuff happened when they were translating stuff from Latin.
Hmm.
Sex became hex, and then what's it? Sept became hept.
Yeah. Really wish I could find where I put this notebook, but it is what it is. You see depicted on it, or inside of the large ruby core, seems to be like a roiling storm. It looks to have clouds and red lightning jumping across it. Remind me the languages Zonkiri speaks?
In order.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you don't recognize the written language on each of the points.
Opens the vessel.
Andaria will get a tap on her.
Oh, last thing, before you get your identifies off. One of the points is glowing. Just one of the smaller rubies inset on one of the points glows, the one up top. With a word you can't identify, but as the last point. Sorry.
Okay.
You'll get a yes.
What languages do you know everyone to speak?
She'll write down hers, and then after that she'll put, I can read any language, though.
There's unknown script written on this amulet. Is it from our target?
Just a simple yes. She will pat the succubus on the shoulder. Well, my job is calling me, if you'll excuse me.
Of course. And she just says under her breath, I'm sure I'll be compensated somehow for this. Yes?
Yes.
Do be sure to let the governess know. As you're walking.
Dario Morgan.
She's kind of implying, like, pass word along to your employer what I've done for you, because I intend to cash in on this.
Yep. And Dario will walk up to Zankiri.
and you immediately see the script, like on Eyes of the Roomkeeper. It is. Would it tell you what language it is? Either way, just as you read all writing, so it wouldn't necessarily tell you what the words are, or what language they are, but I will tell you what these say. On each of these different points, describe a different element of different storms. There's one for lightning, thunder, hail, rain, wind, and I think there might be one more, which is why I don't know if it's 5 or 6. And the lightning one is the gem that's glowing.
She will relay that information.
Real quick, what was it she sent after us?
A salamander and some fire newts, elementals.
Right. And what information did the identify get him?
So you cast Identify over the course of 10 minutes. This seems to be some sort of pact talisman. It seems that this is an element bound in some pact was forged between all these individuals and something, and they are on some collective pact, and this is their boon. You identify that it has post-identify, so you can get a refresh on how in depth this should go. Okay. And project. You learn its properties and how to use them when there's attunement, when charges, you learn whether any spells affecting the item and what they are. It does have, I think it's not non-detection. It's Nightstill's magic aura, I think, to make it appear just not picked up by detect magic and such.
Okay.
But Identify sees through that, I believe.
Correct.
You understand that it also contains some extraplanar energy inside of it. If you give me... we'll check, would this be Arcana or Nature, I suppose? It's trying to identify what plane of origin it's drawing from. It's a very odd one.
I think that would either be Arcana or Religion.
Yeah, Arcana or Religion, that makes more sense.
Cool.
By the way, I knew you were going to pick Arcana.
Can't get below a 20.
You identify it as something you've seen, and it's sort of parallel to the realm you've grown up in. It's a pseudo-plane of sorts. It's not one you normally would have a tuning fork to.
Like a demi-plane?
Sort of. It reminds you of the plane of dreams. I think it's also called Dalkior. Maybe that's a city in it. Either way, it strikes you as like the plane of nightmares and dreams essence is what's roiling inside of this, on top of some mixed primordial air energy. And with a 26, I'll say specifically, it feels like the nightmare energy is like poisoning and attacking the other element, the other planar energy. Almost like it's the air energy builds and then is infected by this nightmare, quote unquote. You have this on the table, I'm assuming.
That depends on where we are.
Are you all out of the building, or are you just in the back of the ballroom? This is...
I was going to step out to a different room if possible.
Then yeah, no problem then. You're in a private room. That's what I was just checking on. Easy enough. You're by yourself. Doesn't seem to be anybody in the room. Let's see. Is there anything else to reveal? Ondariel has shared the Poison Pact thing with you, right?
Yep.
It very much makes sense to you now that the magics here seem like they are built to pollute some sort of air elemental. Like it's somehow altering the conditions of a pact that were made with this after the agreement was made.
Well, this is certainly damning evidence.
And it does match the same fingerprint to your talisman.
The exact same energy pulled from the medallion the uh, salamander had.
Then I assume we should just go and inform the governess at this point.
I'm not certain.
Why not?
Well, for starters, she's sitting right across from Lars, as well as with the two very important people, the Aetherfords.
Well, I'm not really good at this espionage thing. I'm not sure if you noticed.
Oh, I noticed.
So I'm somewhat lost at what to do.
It would be best at the moment to allow things to progress naturally, and then once Cromwell disengages from the others, to inform her that we have the evidence we need. And
I'm
then,
not sure if the Lars will allow the governess to get away. If that makes sense.
I don't imagine he's going to stalk her for the duration of these meetings.
Well, I will have to defer to your expertise on this.
Furthermore, we actually do have a rather good way of splitting the two of them up, if necessary.
Which is?
Request that Lady Cromwell attend to something with another delegate with you. That will mean that either Lars has to stay with the Aetherfords, at which point you will be able to speak with Lady Cromwell privately, or if he chooses to follow her, then the Aetherfords, who are in charge of this whole event and security for it, will be left alone, and you'll be able to inform them as proprietors of this gathering that an assassination attempt has taken place by one of the guards of one of the delegates upon another delegate's life.
Okay. I'm sure I can drag her to Apther pretty easily. I think it's pretty well known that Apther and I get along better than most.
Either way, we'll be able to inform the necessary parties of the evidence we have collected. And just so that I have the story straight on what needs to be said if necessary, you had... what was her name?
Madame Jindaya.
Madame Jindaya acquire this from the Yohanti, correct?
Yes.
Good. She will be able to vouch for its authenticity if necessary. Tie her to this little endeavor.
All right. Well then, I guess we should go back and set this into motion.
Good.
And I guess we'll head back.
You'll re-enter the room with your gear. Similarly with Detect Magic, you get Conjuration and Eldritch vibes. I know it's not School of Magic, but it gives off the Warlock vibe. Just to finish out the kit you were looking over. As you all re-enter the room, what would you like to do?
And Ariel's going to head straight to the governess.
Mhm.
And kind of lean down and say, pretty easily heard, I know it annoys you, miss, but you did promise Apther that you would speak to him before the voting began, and it looks like he's getting ready to make enough mischief to get kicked out.
I think it's time I take my departure from these guests then. I will see you all when it comes around to voting propositions. And you see she gets up. Clearly, her hand's just a little shaky with anger. the same way that the table's tense. No one was having a good time there.
Yeah.
It had gone past like playful coyness and like back and forth to like just unbearable to be near them. And she will walk with you to Abthar's table.
Info dump.
Blech. She nods. Give me the word, and I will call for the initiating arrest.
The word. I'm not good at these kind of things.
She stands up, calls over a guard, says, "Hello, Atlight. On the behest of Moonwatch, there seems to be a crime perpetrated by one guard of Freywick. The representative from Crowfoot can vouch for the story. I would need her detained, and I can further the story." He nods, and Tristan, how long does see invisibility last?
Only an hour. It's probably over already.
Yeah. Okay. It's definitely over. And you see some guards walk up to Snake Lady, grab her on either arm, and she tries to like, buck off. It's starting to become a thing as she's beginning to be arrested for quote-unquote crimes against Representative Cromwell. And the representative from Freywick stands up. "I would like to hear these charges before you try and drag away my armed guard." You look at Governor Cromwell, who now steps up. "Your guard has been charged with an attempted assassination attempt on my life performed about a week ago on the road from Moonwatch to Steelwood. We have evidence in the summoning talisman she used, as well as one found on her person, which can be confirmed by Representative Jinleia to be of her possession, and it matches the arcane fingerprints to the summoning device for the assassins." Now there's whispers in each table, like, what's going on? Assassination? I mean, I know things were tense, but were they that bad? Did it just gossip all abound as they start to take off the snake woman. You hear Commander Lars is trying to protest to the Lord and Lady of Etherfort that these are ridiculous, and the time it would take to try her would be long after this is done. They can hold her after this is done. Just don't take away his armed guards in the middle of this ceremony. And they are not very receptive to his ask. She is taken and put somewhere.
I'm imagining the two of them are like, wait, there was an assassin that close to the two of us this whole time?
That might play into why they're not so keen on letting her stick around.
Well, no, the irony of that is they're standing right next to Sunkiri.
I was about to say, irony in that, she is like 10 feet away, and Carrie is right next to him.
Yeah. Valid. She is taken to another room, and you all don't hear from her for a while. Is there anything else you all want to do for the day, as things are going to be just gossip from here on? So
Zunkiri will send Varshi just to keep an eye on the guard proceedings to make sure she's not like just carted out of the room, told do better next time, and then set about.
Okay. You see she's locked in what looks like to be a holding cell, quote unquote. Like it's got like a nice bed and stuff. It just seems to be a room they're holding her in before the trial and guilt can be proven. The evidence has been turned over to the Lord and Lady of Etherfort for examination, and then given to some guards to go and store. And both the talisman you all took and the disc would be taken away. And Ondario, Giasa will be in your head saying, "Oh, When do we cut her down?
I will. She's an attempted assassin. There's a good chance she'll be cut down by them. If not, I will figure something out.
Alright. Just be careful not to let her escape.
Of course. Can you keep kind of an eye on her?
I'm stuck bound to you. I can't do anything more than you can, really.
All right. She's gonna kind of look around and try and figure this out. And she's going to ask the governess, what do you think her punishment will be?
If she's found guilty, a general bylaws of these meetings are that her punishment will be doled out to myself and the rules of Moonwatch. And those between states and against the aggressor citizen of one city-state in particular, that citizen city-state would have jurisdiction over the punishment for said crime.
Okay.
You mean
What
the responsibility for her punishment will be doled out to them, not her punishment will be doled out to them.
Yeah, you made it sound like she was going to be punished.
No. I mean that the
I
laws
understand
that
what
she's
you
held
meant,
to
though.
are the ones from the city-state she was attempting to murder from. And,
Yeah. And what is that punishment for attempted murder of the governess?
Oh, hanging.
Okay. You're aware I'm a warlock.
Mm-hmm.
My patron needs her dead.
She will find her way to death very quickly, should she be found guilty in the court of law.
All right.
Is it imperative that you enact this execution?
Giasa?
Not sure. This is our first one.
Do you want to play it by ear, or do you want me to try and do it?
I'm gonna go check some books. I'll be back. And you hear like the dial tone as she hops off the line, presumably to run down to her library in her home to start looking up. Doesn't Daryl have to kill her, or can she just die?
She will look at the governess and go, currently checking. I'm sorry. And also, you kind of owe a favor to the madam.
Noted.
My apologies.
No need. I appreciate being able to capture my assailant.
Yes. Looks at Apther. Did you want to talk at all, or are we
Nope.
good to just get out of your hair?
I'm good.
Be nice.
Mm,
Thank you.
No. And the governess is just gonna kind of sit there. I don't think there's anything else any of you all want to do interacting with these politicians for today.
Nope.
Or this in-game
No.
day. So I will just move
She just
past
wants to
this
make
day.
sure that assassin chick is put to death.
She will be in holding, and you will find out that it will take some time for the legal process to be put in motion. Not like months, but like
Looks like
at
I've
least a
got
couple
your legal
days
process
before
here.
things can
Bang!
start moving. Given that they're not in Moonwatch, and they'd have to like transfer the prisoner to Moonwatch and then take her to court with the evidence. So it'll
Okay.
be a minute before she's tried.
She wants
How many days
to
you
generally keep. She wants to generally keep an eye out for the Yuanti
Mhm.
to make sure she doesn't get away.
Okay. The governess can give you a writ that you're allowed to go and help keep an eye on her, on the prisoner.
Oh,
Okay.
Zankiri will offer his shackles,
Which are
enchanted to be virtually impossible to break.
they won't turn it down.
Hold on, I have it. Let's see.
I think Madame Jelena wants that too.
Let's see, manacle.
Yo.
So it will require to break or pick open a DC 30 strength check.
Uh-huh.
Break.
Hmm.
A DC 30 dexterity check to slip the bonds of. So to like slip out,
Mm-hmm.
and a DC 25 dexterity check to pick with thieves' tools.
Interesting. Okay. She is clapped in these shackles and is sit back down in the room. This is ridiculous. I am innocent of any... Oh.
And they are magical.
Yeah. I assume that's why they were such high. I assume you cast Arcane Lock on them or something. She continues as they're being clapped on. This is ridiculous. I am innocent of this crime. And when this is done, a countersuit will be made against Moonwatch for such brazen accusations. Any snide comments you want to make, Zonkiri, as you're there when they're being put on?
How many people are watching?
Just a couple guards that you can see.
How does he want to play this? He's not going to actually draw it, but he will like grab her by the hair.
Mm-hmm.
She's a pure blood, right? So she still has hair, right?
Yes.
Okay. Just sort of grab her by the hair and like jerk her neck backward, or jerk her head backwards, so, like her neck is exposed, and then other hand on like the scabbard for his sword.
Right.
I don't particularly take kind to people trying to assassinate my employers. Do pray that when your sentencing comes around, she does not approve my request to be your executioner.
She just stares at you. Well, as these charges won't stick, there won't be any execution.
And with that, Zunkiri will just kind of, take his hand off, and then as he's like stepping away, just kind of like yank not like a handful, but just enough hair
Ooh.
out of her head, just to sting.
And it
I
does.
assume you're going to keep that hair for nefarious reasons.
What? You're acting like that entire display wasn't just an
excuse to get her hair.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you're using it for, I think.
Bricks and accusations.
You do? 'Cause I don't.
Oh, never mind.
No, okay, so I collect ingredients and stuff and just the ability to do things without any actual clear, method to what they're going to be used for. I just collect enough resources that when a situation calls for it, I can gather what I have and create a plan with it.
I assumed it was for some divination purposes if she gets away.
Yeah, it could be that. It could also use it for something like a
Nope, not yet.
explosive chest thing I figured out the other day, where you can kind of just send them a nuclear bomb with a 4th level spell.
Whoa.
Is it?
Don't ask, but you described it, and now I need to ask.
What's the spell?
Don't worry about it.
I am.
But yeah, just sympathetic magic is always a good thing to have up your sleeve.
Yeah. The rest of the day finishes out without any issue.
And he will get her name from one of the people in charge of actually arresting and charging her.
Thank you. Her name is Arcanist Visera Adder.
Paste it.
Adder, really?
Yes, really.
They're the DM.
I really hate the fact that I can't highlight her name so I can copy paste it.
I will type it out for you. There you go.
Viscera Adder.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Minus one
With
S.
a name like Viscera Snake, I mean...
Man, she definitely picked that name herself.
I mean, it's not actually uncommon when a humanoid becomes a Yuan-Ti and gets reborn, they'd go off and pick.
Her actual name is Megan or some shit.
Megan Smith. That's her true name. From the bowels of the earth, you call out to Megan Smith, and she rises.
Hello, Megan.
I think now would be a good time for a 5 to 10 minute break as we go into the third day. I'm assuming you all go and find just a regular inn. There's no need to roleplay those each time. Just
Yes.
mark off between 5 silver and 1 gold for however nice the room you want. A room can really hold like up to 4 people. So, however you choose to go about it, feel free. You will be going into the third day where the actual event happens, where the dinner happens, the expose show, and then voting begins. And then on the fourth day, before noon, all the votes are due in for the final tally, and before the delegates can return to their city-states. So, going into the meat of it, you all have not influenced. Let's see. 1, 2,
No one talked to Galdo Breer.
3, correct. 4. Technically Freywick, but I'm not even putting it up there because you all already know. It's not going to be.
Oh, we've influenced him.
Yeah, I'll say these are the ones you weren't trying to garner trust from. Then I'll make a line of those you have spoken to, just for clear. But you also did not talk to the Lord and Lady.
Read those up here. Yeah, we go. I mean, we've got a fairly good numerical advantage. I think we should just play it defensively.
I would argue that though we did not actually speak to them,
Mhm.
the fact that we caught an assassin feet from them.
Fair. There. And she is governess. So that's about where your standings are.
I love democracy.
Let me.
Even the Crusader himself.
So this is in descending order, but not each row in any particular way, but this is the tiers of who was affected and who wasn't.
And you put the positive effective and not positively affected ones?
Positive up top, indifferent in the middle, negatively at the bottom.
How did we positively affect Mr. Crusader?
Karen listened to his story.
Aaron was chatting him up.
And gave him, he's like, oh, Crusade?
I gave the Inquisitor, that guy over there, he smells like heresy.
Yeah.
You should totally vote with us if you want to find heresy. You want to
Yeah.
heresy, right? It's pretty much that chaos meme. I fucking hate chaos. I want to kill. Anyway,
Was Matug armed?
Yeah, he has like a great axe on his back.
He
Nice.
gave the zealot a soapbox on which to pontificate. There
And
is
a target.
little more they could ask for.
Yeah, really.
yeah, I gave him an opening and I gave him a target. I literally needed nothing else. I didn't fight him on any of his bullshit. I kind of just said, we do it in different ways, but I can see you are a true man of faith as I slowly slide away as his spittle is burning through his faceplate.
Steam rising. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start a 5-minute break, 5 to 10 minute, and I will be back here after that.
For 10,000 years, I lay up. Except someone is going on. I just taped a pillow to his head.
Yeah.
The ground quakes over the upper left.
You ever have like a bass speaker that goes way too hard and turned up, and you've got like things on your desk that just rattle? That's Karen sleeping. It's the only reason he's not dead so far. When the vampires try to smother him, they just get vibrated off and turned to mist. But we're back now.
They have bad hearing. That's why they can't approach him. He's asleep.
What? No. Sorry. I took a bite right as you started, which was a bad idea on my part.
Put it in your mouth. Wallow.
Trying.
Say thank you.
No.
Say
It was
thank
crust. No. I'm
Yeah.
set.
you. I bet
Die.
it will be.
God. So as we pick back up, you all have completed the second day. If there's anything else you all wanted to do on that day, feel free to say so now. Elsewise, we're going to move into day 3, the day proper of it
Is
going
there
down.
time to buy the armor?
Yeah.
Once we're off duty again, I
Yeah,
will just do
I
a quick.
am going to find myself half plate.
Nice. How much does that run for normally?
I believe 750.
Plate, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's basically half the value of plate.
Should go for 825 on market.
Damn
So-
tax.
When we're off duty the night before, I will tangential just let everyone know real quick so that
I'll
I
get
won't
it.
go into specification, but I was visited by a vampire doing dickery and have informed me that the gloves are in fact off. So
Let's actually go back as you all are having your team meeting at that night.
fuck me. Okay.
Because I think this might be the opportunity certain people might be waiting for.
Oh no, maybe I can wait till the next session.
So as you all are getting your...
Hold on.
Oh,
Since I am now aware that it is as far as this meeting goes, he will be bringing his small horde into the
yes.
city.
Hmm.
17.
Is the dog included?
I don't know. Shop.
Is you don't know, but
We'll have to tune in
Varsha
next
does have
week.
a new hat.
Oh.
Varsha does have a new hat.
Didn't he make Roshi some sort of hat recently?
There's. This is important information to know.
Not that I can think of.
I think we joked about something, having Roshi wear the hat of something you killed or something.
I
don't
think it was the last bit he did on the puppy. Anyway.
Oh. Oh, yeah. But anyways, after you all finish your shopping for the day, you all retire into an inn. Excuse me. And they're having a team huddle where, and you may now have the floor, you can describe what all you all have revealed about each other.
So yeah, I tell them about the vampire. Since we have more time in depth, he will say how this happened.
And
And
you
the-
thought going alone again was a good idea.
Oh no, I thought it was just.
I was down this. I was down the hall. How come you didn't warn me about that?
He looks at Andario first. You want me dead, anyway, and turns back
Oh,
toward.
I don't particularly want you dead. I want you out of my hair. But
You
saying
told me
as
to
we
my face, you hate me, you want me dead, personally.
yes, and I was angry. Not like I'd actually meant it. If I wanted you dead, I'd try myself.
Anyway,
Point taken, Zankiri getting shot at
point
when we
taken.
first met.
Getting it into a near gunfight. Eldritch Blast fight. Here. Guns exist.
Mhm.
Uh,
They do.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
they do.
Tristan
Yeah,
Silver has one.
What's that weird crossbow you have there, Sonny? It looks strange. It was explicitly written on the note to not to come alone, and they've clearly been circling around us rather easily, and really there was nothing I could do. They can get in my room whenever they want. So clearly I was being watched by some sort of vampiric familiar.
And what did
At the
the
very-
little meeting entail?
Pretty much she doesn't understand me. And she needed I'm not sure why she wanted a conversation, as I could have handed this off to the zealots, and she didn't understand why I did not. And then we just went back and forth on conflicting points regarding my people's place on the food chain in our little community up there in Kasturg. she disagreed, and we went from there. And I wasn't killed on the way home, so yeah, there we go.
Well, where did you store the amulet?
Safely. They can get in my room. I'm not leaving it there.
I thought you said you didn't leave it with Silver.
I did not leave with Silver.
So you took it with you.
He takes a very large cigar out of nowhere and lights it up and just goes. He says nothing else.
All right. And?
I'm alive. And her last remark was, the gloves are off and my ass is grass next time we meet.
All right.
Just thought y'all should know in case I am found with a hole in the back of my chest.
Or, maybe a vampire just decides to come and visit all of us instead of just you.
That was something I was going to bring up as well. As he sits up, as Pyro does the same as his back has made a very strange noise that he does not appreciate. Fuck.
Uh-huh.
Don't at me, college boy.
I say that as I have to actively have to have like a bamboo pillow behind me, or else the chairs at college fuck up my back. So
Yeah, so that's
I get it.
yeah. All right. Anyway, I'll get that in a second. Clearly there have been some issues between myself and some people here. He
Just
looks
say,
really
Andariel, you're being dumb by trying not to name me.
I'm trying to be polite, unlike some.
How about... Never mind. Apparently I need to be more polite, so I will do that.
You might not need to soon, as I have been talking to the Fixer. No,
Shot and killed in the street.
it's that beggar that heard me and someone talking.
Go ahead.
Damn, Merlin's infiltrated. Get him. Why is Apter just grunging, Merlin? I've been talking to that Osrin fellow, and I have gotten in contact with my benefactor back on Kasturg, and he is to be trusted. And since this vampire thing has just been ramped up to kill on sight, I will leave it. I would like to pose it to all of you if you need me at all, or if you prefer I go. Because clearly there is some bad blood between me and Andariel, and I would rather just not exacerbate the situation until we get into an altercation, and I'm inevitably bludgeoned to death by Morgana, most likely. Or Katira.
Morgana instantly shoots her gaze at you.
He stares right back.
Well, I
I
think
know-
we all know what my vote is.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Karen, if you stared
Listen
back
to me,
at her,
bullshit!
you stared back at her, you saw a hint of glee at the words bludgeoned to death.
Oh,
His eyebrows levitate from his head as if Abathur had cast them. Might be 2 votes in a way.
I don't know. I have no problem with you staying. You're rather good at patching up the others when they invariably get themselves injured. As far as any bad blood between you and Andariel go, I mean, people rub each other the wrong way. Happens.
He's a liar.
Morgana will snap out of her little stupor.
I'm sorry, what?
What?
He's a liar.
You want to elaborate on that? Because I have
You
not
lie
lied.
constantly. Oh, please. You may not speak your lies, but you act your lies.
He gets a scrunched up face.
The mask you wear. The happy-go-lucky old man. We all know that's not you.
He leans back out of his chair as if he was slapped.
You lie. And you cannot be trusted because of it. I know, generally, what everyone else here truly is. You, on the other hand, you're just something. And that makes you not trustworthy.
Is that the primary reason why you've been? I don't even have the word to for how you've been treating me.
It is the major reason. Yes, you can't be trusted. Why would I trust someone who acts just like him? Like you.
Like you.
Like me. I'm
Yes.
pretty honest about my
No, you're not. We had to drag out.
history, which doesn't really affect any of you. You all know what I think of you, correct? You all know what kind of person I am. Do any of you know what kind of person he really is when he's switching constantly back and forth between two?
And Dario, I'm going to take you about maybe 4 or 5 days ago. I had just come into contact with a vampire running the fuck amok, almost certainly coming into camp to either kill me or take what I am carrying off me. I then proceeded to have what can be described as an Orcus temper tantrum.
Yes, the first truthful thing you did. The first time you showed who you truly are.
He sneers at you. And then immediately after, I told all of you what and where I come from. Now, I'm not going to judge you because you clearly can only see your own situation and base your eye off that. That's just how you are. But where I come from, one, we have to suck up to any vampiric shitbag that comes around and pokes us when we're just walking down the street, going to get groceries. Two, this mask, you call it, I am not a good person. I fully agree to that. I did not start out as a good law-abiding citizen. I was essentially a house doctor to an orc mob. So if that's the truth you want, I am a very gruff asshole who had to knock around other orcs, trying to act tough, even though they just get eviscerated. I've put back on arms. I've put back in organs that weren't meant to pop out. And all the while, the orcs were like, "Oh, let me off the
Then
fucking
why don't
bench,
you
boss."
act like that?
Because when that ended,
That's truthful. It is not hiding behind masks.
it is pain. Because I do not want to be like that. I had to change because after that deal with that fuck Garza, I was thrown into a river. I sailed away, half dead, picked up by some dragonborn lady in a church with a bunch of children that I immediately had to take care of in order to do something with my days instead of choosing running around and then probably committing death. So yes, I made a lie. Yes, I made a mask, but it was to make sure I didn't come up as some big-toothed monster to children and to trick myself into being happy again. So if you have a problem with that mask, I will go. But know this, you're wearing a mask too, child.
I am not a child.
You
And I am very tired of you calling me one. I am
are.
mistrustful. That does
You
not
are
make me a child.
Yes, it does. You would rather lash out
Do you
like a
know
wounded
why I act this way towards people like you?
because you were wounded. You as a child because you were persecuted. Everyone's persecuted.
Because the last person who acted like this towards me was my father. And my father threw me off a cliff. My father chopped off my arm.
Fuck.
I do not trust you because you are just another man like my father. You hide behind a false mask. It is much easier to know that I cannot trust him, she'll point at Zankiri, because I can see what he truly is. You, on the other hand, you're questioning. I don't know what you are. I don't know what you're going to do. And I don't like it. It scares me.
Then why are you here?
Because I have nowhere else to go. And there is someone here I do care about. And I want to make sure she stays safe. And she doesn't get corrupted by you.
Right.
I can't go home. It'll just destroy my mother's life again. The one place I did find home, he kicked me out. I
Wonder
thought I
why.
was. Oh, I wasn't like this with him. I knew exactly where he stood. He was easy to read. Almost as easy as you.
You know, for all your talk of being able to read people and not being able to tell what Khan is, nothing he has revealed about himself just now has been anything outside of what he has presented himself as.
How do you know he's telling the truth?
Because it doesn't matter.
It matters to me. I need to know if I can trust him.
You don't.
Exactly. I can trust Morgana. I can trust you to be a bastard. Trust isn't about knowing that they're going to do the right thing. It's simply knowing what they're going to do.
You are perhaps one of the most controlling. Good lord, you remind me of an illithid.
Oops.
Is there anything you cannot have control over information on in your life?
I mean, the world is kind of chaotic. There's nothing that
Which is
can
why
really.
I like to control the small amount of world that is around me.
That is a sad existence, child.
I am aware.
And while I can
But I am
understand,
scared.
we all are.
No, you're not. You're all strong, capable fighters. Without my magic, I'm nothing.
How old are you?
26.
How old are you? 26. How long are you going to be alive for? Just average out. Yeah, let's say no combat, just living a happy life, probably on a farm. How long are you going to be alive?
Connor, How long do tieflings live?
Slightly longer than humans. I think they live up to like 90 or 100 on average.
Let me see.
You can just cut it down to 70 and it still works.
I don't know, about as long as a human.
Human. 70, 80, maybe. Maybe if you're really sedentary, 90.
I am aware that you have a short lifespan.
You're 26. In your
Just
lifetime,
years
from what I hear,
difference.
you have gone under very, very traumatic experiences, and I can understand that. You are ruled by fear. I understand that. You need to control what little control you have left. I understand that. However, in my, let's call it, 36 years of existence, you seem to be so easily able to neglect other people's pain. Stop me if I'm wrong, that don't immediately line up to your conformity. I have seen man, woman, child, orc, tiefling, whoever you can imagine, die. Just die. Whether that means anything to you, that's your choice. I might be a liar by your metrics. God, I don't understand it. But this is a lie I made purely so that I wouldn't put a bullet through my own head. Not that that matters to you. You clearly only see your own worldview and whatever wants to
No, I
sit in your
don't.
camp.
No, I don't.
No, you do, and
I
here's why.
understand that.
Then why are you so easy to negate my own coping mechanism? Let's use that word. Because I sit here day after day wondering.
Well, I just learned
If-
about your coping mechanism, so I didn't really know. And I'm
But
scared.
I'm always scared, but not for me. I'll be dead 1-2 years tops. I am leaving behind dear children that I've grown to know over the last few golden happy years I've had away from vampires and rival orc gangs, and even some within my own who wanted me dead. Now I'm leaving behind so many people that are in such terrible positions. I've left them behind to come here and get them help, get them better aid. That's why I entered into service under this goddess. That is why I am not exactly devout. I have come here to deal with prattling demons, brats, and politicians, just so I can get even a minor iota of control over those I care's lives. So yes, I call you a child because you are so short-sighted, and you are so prone to lashing out like a scared animal. I can see you're scared, but that's also blinded you. I have nothing further to add. I'm just tired. Not strong enough. Reigned over by these arrogant pricks, and here I am miring around. I have next to nothing to give. So just I put it in all your hands. Vote on whether I stay or I go. I will remain for till the end of the councilwoman's departure, at the very least. I'll take whatever reduction or lack of pay at that point. If I leave, I'll just go, and you can do whatever the fuck you want with my pay. But I will head off with Osrin if I am to be left. It's in all of your hands now. I am just tired. And he just kind of just slumps in his chair, gazing off in the distance.
I say he stays.
Votes in the chat now. Call 1-800-ORCtober.
We're standing by our lines.
1-800 Orc Pression. And cast your vote now.
Yeah.
I will say, I above game, I did talk to Liv about it, and she was pretty neutral on the matter, so I can't speak for her, but she seemed like she wanted everyone's side kind of deal.
I say he stays. You don't have to completely trust him, but he has helped us along the way. That's trust enough. Frankly, I don't trust any of you completely. I don't even trust you enough to give my actual name.
Oh, not this shit again. Arthur! Hang on, quick. Open up a sheet. It might be there.
No.
All right, so that's 2
Yeah,
stays, 1 goes, 1
I withdraw my vote. I'm going to bed.
2 indifference. Yep, that clears it.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
Right.
I
Karen just sits there, doesn't react. Roll for heart attack. Good.
It's a crit flip. That's the
Gmod
time.
death noise.
Andariel leaves.
She's actually going to leave the inn. She's not going up to her room.
Right. Well, with that out of
She
the
looks dejected. Not angry, not anything, just dejected. And confused.
Morgana, go with her. The vampires might try to pick us off.
Hold on. There's something else we need to discuss.
Very well.
We've handled, for the moment, the issue of Khan. But considering all the issues she's been causing, the divisions, the constant batteries and insults, the harm to our missions she has been causing, do we even want Ariana
Grande?
even want Andariel
I
to
can't.
continue on with us? She has been nothing but hostile to many of us who have been doing nothing other than trying to reach out with an olive branch. She attacked me on sight from the top of a cliff, much as what I'm now learning her father did to her, apparently. She just referred to Khan's, as he said, orcish outburst as something she would expect of his people. Does that not ring an alarm bell with any of you? Such prejudice.
Jesus
And she
fucking
on
Christ.
and on she goes about how she was persecuted for being a tiefling, and then look at what she's doing to Khan. Look at what she's doing to me. How long until she turns on one of you because you've upset her, or you've somehow vaguely reminded her of her father?
Karen's watching Morgana.
I mean, she was very distant with me, though. She's just she. What is the word to say?
Silver, can you name one positive thing about her and the way she's been treating us?
Oh no. Oh shit, the heel turn. No!
Double-edged sword.
This isn't what I wanted. God damn it.
Hold on.
And
Oh no.
Morgana.
Oh
She constantly now is just speaking about how much control she wanted. And yet she's standing there telling you
that you should be the one leading your life, yet time and time again she tells you how she wants you to act. That you need to do this because it's what she wants you to do. Does the hypocrisy there not sting in some way?
Can I roll an insight on Morgana if Shin will allow it?
Go for it.
I'm going to insight on how this heel fucking reversal that I had no idea was happening. Oh fuck. Oh no. Insight check.
Oh! Oh!
I'm lost in the sauce, guys. I can't.
God damn it!
I'm lost in the sauce. Someone
Unlucky.
Completely stunned by the reversal, Karen is.
Karen
The
is
orc was
lost
too stunned to
in the
speak.
sauce. Kidding.
Yeah.
Shane, if you'll shoot me a message on Discord, how Morgana's dealing.
Want to tap in?
Shoot me a message on Discord about how Morgana's taking this news, because I feel like you have some thoughts.
Morgana's somewhere. When I said Morgana's frozen, she has not moved at all.
She blue screens. Windows has frozen. And he turns and addresses Katira.
Mhm.
And since Katira's not here, I'm just going to speak. He basically just goes into how, from his view, that Andario was treating Katira, just ignoring her from what he saw, or just, leaving her by herself all the time, dragging Morgana away.
Mhm.
And just press on that,
Oh,
Yeah.
sir, you left that one knife untwisted. Could you just? There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Now the real
Holy,
smash.
holy
Fucking hell!
When he said he was the siege specialist, he didn't also mention that he was a relationship siege specialist.
This is siege. This is siege.
This is some Trojan horse bullshit. Oh my god,
This is siege.
Norvin.
This is his
I
heart.
just want to specify above game. Love you, buddy. But what the fuck is happening? Duck and weave,
Holy
my man. Duck and
crap.
weave.
Katira will just respond with a, I
Yep.
am unsure how to respond. This is new information, and I don't think a hasty decision would benefit us. She just seems, she would seem, from what I understand, very distraught and torn at this revelation, as it kind of being put in front of her.
And then I'm going to pull out the card I sent you a while back, Connor.
Be a real
Where's
dick
it?
move
Where's
if this is the cliffhanger we live on.
Do you remember when it was I sent you that message about the parallel?
I remember it, but it's been a minute.
How many sessions ago?
4?
4, 5, 10, 1,000. If 4 were bull.
Hold on, I found it.
Oh,
She says she can't trust some of us. Obviously, her feelings about trusting me are a little conflicted, that she trusts me enough to not trust me to trust me. Still not entirely certain how that's going around.
Alpha Legion bullshit.
But, I mean, look, she talks about how her father tried to kill her. That as soon as he found out what she was, he persecuted her, tried to kill her, and hid and just tried to get rid of her. And why should she trust her? As soon as she found out what I was, she tried to kill me. She's been persecuting me this entire time. She's been doing the same to Khan. It's a small miracle that she hasn't put an eldritch blast up to the back of his head already. She's becoming exactly the same kind of abuser that she's trying to run from, and I don't know about any of you, but I don't particularly want to have that same trauma inflicted upon us. Inflicted upon Morgana. Her new charge. Cycle of violence needs to stop in that regard.
You
And
said the
you
word.
said that.
He said the words, Connor.
The cycle
He
continues.
said, I pass it on to you, Norvin. It's yours now. I'm free. Ow, my fucking foot. The cycle of pain.
He immediately becomes purple. Upon hearing the
Oh.
words violence and being in the mental state she's in.
Yeah, adrenaline rush into Morgana.
Are we gathered around a table?
Yeah, you're like in an inn, like in a dining area, just in a table by yourselves. Distance from some people because you were having some sensitive topics, but nonetheless, there are people in here.
Not anymore. Oh, that's the GM.
What do you do?
Not great either. How the fuck do you have a you have a +6 and get a 5?
Ha!
God, I'm glad I figured it out.
How'd I get it? The -5 for the Great Weapon Master be like.
Yeah, but it still says you have a +6, even though you have a +7, adding up, and then -5.
For posterity's sake, what do you do?
Yeah. So Morgana,
Morgana flares into violence protocol, grabs the maul off of her back, and just slams forward onto the table.
and then I need a wisdom save.
You said a wisdom save?
Yep, go ahead and roll a public. You save, as that was the trigger, I was told, correct?
Yes.
To Zonkiri.
Yep.
So you did it. You stood up, cast a spell, and you saved against it. Just Karen might recognize the spell he cast.
Hypnotic pattern shows up in front of her face, trying to calm her down.
I was about to say, Karen, as soon as she slams the table, I was going to do something a little nicer. I do have calm emotions. I prepared some social spells today.
Well, you cast it.
I make me a charisma save, Morgana.
Oh, good.
Oh yes.
I'm pretty
That'll
sure.
do it.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Rage ends.
As Karen leans, sits up again, still tired. He looks more tired than usual. Morgana.
The rage ends.
Yeah,
She just drops them all.
we're just bringing out grievances. We're not doing anything yet. We're still going to vote on this, please. This is not my intent.
Zonkiri just holds out a hand, kind of like gesturing to Morgana. He looks at everybody else. And whose lashing out does that remind you of?
Damn, you should get into politics.
I think he already was with all the positive people we got up there.
Yeah.
Here real quick. How many of these are Zenkiri? How many? Hang on. Let's put them together. Who got who? I've got Osrin. I've got the Zealot, and I think that might be it for me. I've got Osrin and the Zealot.
Oh, Marcus isn't even on there.
This token just wasn't here at all.
I'm always taking a break.
All right, so Morgana has a minute before whatever happens again.
That's why.
Damn, the audacity.
She grits her teeth. Probably the first time you guys have seen this much emotion in her face. She has sharp teeth.
What? Okay.
You have mounting errors building up in your system from the calm emotions and conflicting inputs and ally lists being put into conflict, and you just error screens keep popping up on your HUD essentially.
This only lasts a minute, I will remind you.
And she just falls over onto the.
Oh
crushed
God, she's dead. She's dead.
No, not like collapse like a dead body, or like just fall over it, arms down.
I imagine you've fallen over Family Guy style, just fall through the table. That's how.
Morgana, you appear to be malfunctioning.
Might I restrain you so you don't inflict any sort of harm on yourself or us?
Got 10 seconds.
Which you will.
Zunkari will take out some shackles and start restraining her.
Oh, shit. So Endario walks back in.
Hey guys, I've completely checked. And Daryl or Morgana frothing, being chained up at the table.
Someone's holding a ball gag. You don't know who.
Speaking of Undariel, we're gonna cut over to her as you all are helping
Please do.
restrain Morgana. I don't know, walk, and Daryl, you said you'd go and step past the inner wall into between the outer wall and the city. Still not going out of town, but in the grassy lands surrounding the city. And Jiasa comes back to you. Oh, I found it. I found the book I was looking for. Finally. It looks like it doesn't matter how she dies, as long as she dies. Wow, that was a really simple answer to take all day. God, I hate books. Oh, what's up? You're not with anybody. Where you at?
I'm in between the walls of the city. Just on a walk.
Why's that? You seem torn up. What happened?
I was reminded that I am not a good person.
What happened while I was gone?
My faults were brought to bear. I was told what I was doing wrong, and I can plainly see that I am.
Well, what are you gonna do about it?
I don't know.
I mean, you'll always have me.
Yeah.
If you don't want to do anything about it, we can just skip town again. If they're not a right fit for you, you don't need to stay. I'll be with you, whatever decision you make.
I don't want to leave Morgana.
What stuff were they talking about bringing up to you?
I'm controlling. My lack of trust. I'm a giant hypocrite.
I mean, I love you, but they do have some points.
They have a lot of points.
Yeah, I was being nice. Do you have anything you want to go and say to them to try and make things right? It's usually what helps me when I mess up.
What am I supposed to do? Sorry, I'm such a raving bitch.
Honestly, something along those lines is a good start. Maybe without the raving bitch part, but saying you're sorry's not a bad start. Like a genuine apology for how you've acted. It goes miles. Or if you don't think they're worth it, you can abscond.
They're decent people. I mean, I totally misjudged Karn. He wasn't doing that to hide what he is. He was doing it because trying to take care of kids. Jesus, I'm a bitch.
Doesn't mean you can't recover from it. It's only over if you give up.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, think of how close we've gotten to our goals just by being with them for this long.
Yeah. She'll turn around and start walking back.
Are you sure you're
Yeah,
okay?
but they're probably gonna freaking kick me out at this point.
No, I'll kick their ass if they do.
Nice of you to say so.
It's really just talk at this point. I really don't know how I'd get there. But,
You're better at the Italian talking thing than I am, so.
well, take it from me then. Open with a genuine apology. And tell them, ask them how you can do better if you don't know how. There's nothing wrong with asking for some help. I mean, that's basically what I do with you.
And I know that. Yeah,
And-
I'll apologize. She'll kind of perk up, square her shoulders, and start walking a bit faster back. Definitely. Start with an apology.
Please can we have a moment to unfuck the site she's coming to? Please.
Definitely
No.
an apology.
Please don't ever come back to see us fucking talk-tying Okada. This is the most progress I've gotten in a character for a while.
Oh no!
Let me fix this. Let me unfuck this, please.
She is definitely on her way back, and she's walking faster this way than she was the other way.
Please. Check the audio.
Although the audio's running, I'm not giving you any gimmies.
No,
I mean-
I need to make sure this is like out here for posterity.
Hold on.
Mhm.
If I'm not mistaken, Morgana has at most 2 minutes worth of rage left.
Yeah, and after rage was broken and she didn't do anything, rage broke. So it's not like it resumed after. She's just grappling with
Okay.
her like conflicts and unable to
Alright.
compute at the moment.
Can I say my piece on everyone talking about kicking in Dario?
Silver is also going to get a message.
Oh, good.
Oh, fuck, no. Mom's coming home. We didn't take out the trash.
We didn't let the chicken thaw.
Actually, no, she would not message Silver. She would message Morgana.
Oh,
Okay.
shit, here we go.
Is she a
Ever.
messenger? I thought it was 2 people that.
She's got 3 in
I
her
got
book.
3.
Or was it 3?
Morgana, Silver, and
Morgana,
Zangiri.
Silver, and Zenkiri. Guess who's probably going to be deleted from the book after this? She's going to message Morgana. Are you guys still at the end? I need to come back and apologize to you all.
Shane, I'll leave it up to you if you think you're sound enough mind to understand the message and be able to respond aptly, or if you're still kind of reeling.
While Morgana
This is happening, I will say, like, as you're being chained up, timeline-wise. Like, you were just now, like, you've been shackled in, and you're just kind of sitting there, like, thrashing and trying to come down. If you're trying to come down.
As I am deciding on that, Connor, if you want to look at ally categorization.
Oh god, what is that on?
It's one of her traits.
Like, on Rule 20, I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where her reckless attack and shit is. So, what'd you say exactly again, Hendario?
Are you guys still at the end? I need to come back and apologize to you all.
You'll just it'll write down we, and then after like a couple of seconds, it'll say R.
I like to imagine there's also, like, some binary being written on the page.
011001110.
Dots, gaps, redacted lines.
No. It is binary. But because Andariel has Eyes of the Runekeeper.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I
Yes.
mean,
I think that actually 25 words. Yeah, I mean technically that.
It is a language. Technically.
Oh, Shane, I see what you're talking about.
Let's see who's about to get murdered when she gets up.
Earlier wish you would share with the class.
I cannot.
Was
Wasn't
that
talking to you.
Oh,
Was that Secrets DM? Was that Secrets having at the table?
shut up! I'll give you a heart attack.
Roll a d100 for a heart attack right now.
On a 1, you go into cardiac arrest.
We're failing tonight.
So did I.
All right, so when do I get back to the end?
I
we'll
would
get
like
there.
to say my piece.
So, Morgana, as you're, like, thrashing and trying to eliminate all the errors and conflicts in your system, what are the rest of you around the table doing as she's just kind of thrashing and clearly in her mind trying to sort things out?
Well, I'm going to help along this, hopefully. And Karen is going to shakily get up out of his chair because he's just aged another 10 years. He shouldn't be alive. And he's going to walk over to the thrashing Mogana. He's not going to cast a spell. He's just going to painfully get on his knees because anyone above the age of 30 has bad knees. Don't at me. And he's going to put a hand on Morgana's shoulder.
She's not like violently thrashing, but she's wriggling.
Of course. Zankiri, is there like a key for the manacles?
If you ask Zunkiri for one, he will be able to produce one, but
Could I have
no.
one?
He flicks his wrist, casts prestidigitation, creating a small trinket to make the key.
Yeah.
The real one.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah,
And you got about 6 seconds with it before it disappears.
He's going to undo as soon as the purple's gone, right?
She resumed her regular color, yes.
I was going to say that because you're like thrashing back and forth between hostility and passivity, that there's probably like alternating green and purple flashes over your accent areas. If that's how you feel it would be.
Yeah.
Also warn everyone to back up as she's flipping out. I'm going to take this, and it's going to hurt me. It's most likely, but he's going to essentially definitely taking off the manacles. This is not healthy.
Mm-hmm.
But he's warning you all to move back as he takes off the manacles, and then if she starts swinging, he's going to try and like. It's going to be a grapple, but it's going to be a hug. All right,
give him guidance.
I have guidance, sir. I'm a fucking cleric. That's all I got.
I mean, you're in a tough situation.
You know what? You're
so
right.
You're going to grapple, so I'm going to give you guidance for that.
Yeah.
So
what happens when the manacles come off? As soon as she does anything, he's prepared to grapple you in a hug.
One hand immediately goes and covers one of her eyes and is like up in her face. And the other one, she's gonna grab at you and squeeze.
My nipple? What are you grabbing?
Your arm or whatever's closest.
That'd be his head.
Well,
so I imagine my windpipe is now in
roll
your
me.
hand.
Morgana, roll me a D100.
Is it time for a watermelon on a hydraulic press video?
Oh
no,
my god!
No, not the thighs.
So Morgana, your vision cracks down the middle. One half has the HUD and one doesn't. The half with the HUD is the one leaning into the violence, and the other half is the one that's leaning into its passivity. Left or right? Oh, your dichotomy split here is being sort of literal, as you see a split down your vision, like a crack appear on a lens. Left side, you see the HUD and like flashing signs to initiate violence, and on the right, you see like no HUD and just passivity.
No HUD.
So, literally, like down the middle with a like jagged line, you have one side that's ready for violence and is wanting to engage in it, and one side that is calm. Once again, you are aware of the we, as you feel like both sides of the we have been split. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get it.
Gotcha.
She has been talking to multiple people. She's French. Ah!
Think of that as you wish.
Yeah.
Well, with that split, she's going to roar out in agony, and the half that is violence is going after Karen.
My neck. You now have my windpipe in your hand as he's trying to put you in a hug.
And it's now when Andariel walks back in, as you see Morgana has Karen by the throat.
As I'm trying to
howling, just grabbing at his neck, and apparently being dogpiled by zomboys.
Like I said, I'm trying to hug you. As the pretty much his orc body is just like, nope, none of that. Pretty much he's going
the moment
to try
she sees it, she's going to cast that and try and split them all up.
Oof.
What save is that? Saving throw. Okay.
Strength save.
So give me a strength save.
Everyone?
Karen, give me one, just in case it might knock you out of Morgana's grip. Okay.
But I'm actually trying to grab. Oh my god! One zombie gets fucking yeeted.
He was in the line and is just splayed like Christ on the cross against the wall.
I would like to pretty much, like I said, like I grapple hug her and just like kind of like pull her down like that. If I imagine it's a competing one as you're still trying to kill me.
How does
After casting the spell, she's going to rush and seeing Morgana trying to kill Karn, she'll try and stop. Let him go, and just try and very vainly peel her hand off of Karn.
That's my pipe.
Roll your strength. I want to see it.
All right,
Strength check. Check.
athletics, fucker.
Athletics. Can I use athletics?
Sure. You need all the help you can get.
I'm
competing
saving my advantage. I'll help.
Don't you waste it on this.
I may I make my check
Sure.
to force us into a hug and maybe perhaps get her hand out of my fucking collar.
Athletics.
Athletics.
Morgana, give me an athletics or acrobatics check for just setting how grapple hold you get. Yeah.
He's just trying to grab you. Like, his hands are on your shoulders.
Simpsons
Going,
joking.
it doesn't matter.
Why you?
Even if I got a 4, it wouldn't help.
You know what? I think with a 19, it's obvious enough that he was trying to grab for a hug, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much trying to force you and calm you down. Pretty much, he's like,
He left all of you.
my hip.
And Daryl's going to try and push Karn away and try and just, what in the hell is going on?
Come.
Just a little confusion. Don't.
Okay, gonna position herself in between Karn and Morgana.
Hello. Who's goes? Yes, Karen's like he's lost some air.
Looks at Morgana. What's the matter? What happened?
Everything hurts. Ah.
Hug.
She'll stop moving.
Just hug and hold. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just breathe. Breathe in and out. Nice and slow.
I think now is the time to ask: is Morgana calmed by hugging Andariel, especially given last night that was basically just the hug nap?
Yes. And she won't move her arms from their outward, like where they were attacking Karen somewhat. So she's basically just getting hugged and not returning it.
Mm-hmm.
And then she'll just grit her teeth and do as far as a Warforged can do of crying.
We'll just hold on to her and
Say, Carrie,
What?
this is what I was about to say before that happened. Yes, she's done terrible things. Yes, she can be hypocritical. And she is a child.
But she still has a kind heart.
Exactly. Children have a place to learn. They have time to learn. It's the job of the fucking hell. Job of the elders to help them move along their own path, not control, but give them breathing room. Now, if I need breathing room, I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on my windpipe.
It uncrushes.
Oh, thank God, my beautiful singing voice.
Uh,
Oh, God,
for a moment, Morgana, especially as she casts Intellect Fortress. Oh. Interesting. Would you like to elaborate more on that?
Basically, her regular eyes in her picture,
Mm-hmm.
when that whole split happened, that one, its pupil and iris immediately shrank down to a dot, which turned red,
Mhm.
and then like veins went through it, like almost like bloodshot, and they're just pulsing between red and purple.
You have a prompt on your screen. Tamper evident. Initiate emergency shutdown. And just pulsing. Of accept or reject. And as a timer, if you choose nothing, it'll just go off automatically.
You say it said temporary shutdown?
Yeah, like a reboot.
Once it gets to around the last few seconds, she'll hit no.
All right. Duly noted. So, you're all sitting there. She comes back to a resting position. All right. Think you can understand this thing again. Do. Yeah. Not a bad sentiment. Oh god, we've ran a little bit over. Whoops.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I just
Teensy
left
bit.
time.
Shit was happening. We're all
yeah.
stuck in there.
So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap us up. As Norman, would you like to have Andariel's apology now or next session?
Now will work.
Go right ahead. It'll be the last thing we do.
Kind of looks up at Morgana. Are you okay? Calm down a little bit.
She'll just look forward and give a very slight nod.
She's gonna grab your hand and just hold on to it. Try and pull it down to her level if you'll let her.
Yeah.
And she's gonna say to you first, "I'm very sorry." And then turn to the others and, well, that was interesting to come back to. I came back to apologize, actually. I'm sorry for the way I've been acting. I'm scared, so I'm lashing out. Doesn't make it right, but that's the reasoning. I'm sorry, Karn. I very obviously misjudged you. Instead of trying to hide your true intentions, you were simply just trying not to be scary, and it kind of pushed me the wrong way. I'm sorry. I didn't. I'll do better, I promise.
That's all I ask. I will attempt to be more
Well,
outgoing.
now that I know why you're doing it, it kind of makes more sense. It's not going to bug me as much.
Okay.
Silver, I'm sorry. I mean, I was a supreme bitch to you when we first met. Now I kind of just, yeah. Katira, sorry. Zenkiri, I stand by my judgment on you.
So Curry just gives the look to everybody that just screams the word persecute.
Baby steps, Necromancer. Baby steps.
Oh shit! It's funny because I imagine like she's saying that to him, and he's got a crowd of zomboys around him, and he's like, "What is this? Like, come on, fuck this!"
Karen's still just Gmod on Gmod ragged on the floor, just like good existence.
15.
I've heard apologies like those before, Dario. From husbands to their wives after certain events. Hopefully your actions will prove better than theirs did.
I hope so too.
For the sake of the innocent ones caught in between. And nods to Morgana.
You're really good at this.
Thank you.
Turning people on other people. I did it on accident. You're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, it's about.
Hands on the ground.
I
just
mean-
like,
So Giasa was about to. I was waiting for a moment as you were saying it. She was going to go. You're doing great. And then,
fuck.
and then he said, "You're doing this on purpose." And she, damn it, no.
And then he got her to ruin it.
Karen just on the ground like, Daddy, do it, mommy. Daddy, do it, mommy. Daddy, do it, mommy.
I am.
I mean,
Reel it in for tonight. Just.
I mean, she's not wrong. You're
Oh.
very quick
We
with
make-
the silver tongue.
We're making so much progress. Please just end the session.
Giasa's actively telling Morgana and they're like, let this one go. You're doing so good.
All right. Morgana, do you want to go to bed?
He's
Or
gonna
do you
bed.
need some time alone?
Morgana's eyes are closed and she's basically sleeping.
Oh,
And Daryl will do her best to drag you to a room.
That's not gonna fucking happen.
I'll go do that. I'll help.
Morgana's
Um,
6'4" and
hang on.
350 pounds. That's not gonna happen.
Hang on.
and
No, hang on. Outside of anyone, what's your strength score, Silver?
0.
You know what? Outside of anyone else besides Katir, who's I don't know, I have a strength score of 14, and I'm an orc. I'm going to pick her up.
Yo! Morgana's current weight is 420, baby.
nice.
Completely ruining the emotionalness of this entire event.
Yeah.
Hang on. I have powerful build, so I pick her up.
Yep.
So I'm like, allow me. I can't do much, but I can lift. Come here.
Boom, and she's heavy, and you're suddenly reminded of all the heavy labor you did as a caretaker of the grounds.
Of course. My old war wounds.
Several all your joints pop in succession, but not in the same areas. Your knee, then your elbows, then your chest, just all in succession.
Please hurry. I'm very old.
Zankuri will reach out to Karn and... Do I need to touch people for this? Yes, I need to touch people for this.
I need it up.
Are you casting enhance ability?
Yeah.
Oh, quadruple carry weight.
Enhance! Enhance!
So she now effectively feels like she weighs half as much to you.
Oh, thank God. My
On top
hip
of-
bone.
I was about to.
She essentially weighs a quarter overall because he already has powerful build, so he's size up now, doubly in. So what?
So, for anyone who is also weird, it's the first season of Attack on Titan. I'm just fucking aerating her just over my shoulders.
I wish I had levitate.
So she feels lightweight to Karen, I imagine. Like you've got like bulging orc muscles now from this.
Let's hurry. I'm not sure how long this fever dream up my muscles was going to last. Let's go.
Zankuri just made Karn feel 20 years younger.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I feel like a young spring orc again.
I wonder if
For an hour.
I wonder if I could get him addicted to that.
Yes. Get old people addicted to feeling young again. I think that's a marketable subject. Anyway, I go to wherever, and of course, you have the top of the stairs. It's around a bad corner, like because I'm carrying her like a sofa. Is she limp or is she like stock up like a fucking like
She's limp.
couch? Oh, that's almost worse. All right, so oh shit. All right, so
And
Princess,
Daryl will have you put her in a bed and
Yeah.
then stay the night with her.
got it. He puts her on the bed, gives you a thumbs up.
Thank you.
And of course. Now I'm
Arn.
going to go. Yes.
I meant
yes.
my apology. I didn't dislike you for being an orc. I disliked you because I thought you were going to kill me.
Fear controls many aspects. I won't deny that it was a small part of me as well. But that's one of the major hurdles we have. Girl, he's actively like stretching and popping his shit back into regular place. It's the duty of all young people to learn along their path, and that's one of the first hurdles deal with their own their own proverbial demons, if you understand my meaning.
Yeah.
Everyone must take the first step sometime. Some of us never make it. I just hope. Oh fuck, that one hurt. You are able to take the steps needed.
Yeah.
It is your journey to take, but I will still be here.
You should go get in bed before you hurt yourself.
I feel like something is magically bolstering me, and when it stops, I'm going to be in an immense pain.
Your arthritis is currently suspended.
It's suspended. I leave out the door with a straight back and a hop to my step, and then you all hear probably about maybe like 56 minutes from now.
Just
He's either been murdered by Casturgian Inquisitor, or his bones just pop back to normal space.
uh
I am in so much pain. Where's the Epsom salts? Where's the magic Epsom salts?
Also, Morgana didn't destroy the table with such a shitty roll I got, right?
no, she like
I imagine
Put a
if
dent-
through
When she was pulling the hammer out, she didn't grip it right and just fucking whoop.
yeah, you rolled like a 5.
I
Yeah.
go back and I get her hammer too. It's like, there we go.
There's
I-
like
The long sword should still be attached to her leg.
oh,
so-
that must have cut me then. There we go. Ah,
No, it's basically stuff between the plate of her leg, so
yo,
none of the sharp parts are really visible. She'll just pull it out.
I should hope so.
so we'll
yeah.
pick up next time as whatever dreams and Morgana might be having.
Oh God!
I have dreams
Okay.
of being a young buxom
Yeah.
orc.
Need to go right now.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
actually late on doing nighttime stuff for family.
So sorry.
Have a good one.
Okay.
Have a good-
Fun plan.